Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for the T20 World Cup final. India versus New Zealand. It is the defending champs up against a side that are 0-1 in the final, but the Black Caps, they have worked extremely hard to get here. We have seen them get past the South Africans in the semi-final in emphatic fashion. India setting a 250-run total-ish and having England almost chase it down. India haven't lost a game batting first. New Zealand haven't lost a game bowling first, or chasing, I should say. So, should be a very exciting contest. But it has been announced New Zealand won the toss. They elected to bowl, just the one change in the lineup for the Kiwis, as we do see Jacob Duffy back into the side, and that is in the place of Cole McConkey. But India, their top order, this is where they can be so dangerous. Samson has been absolutely phenomenal throughout this tournament. Hi, Hamish, says Daryl. Welcome in. Hope you are doing extremely well. They have just got all the pre-match stuff going on, and then they will have the national anthems. And then we're into the first ball of this contest. Good afternoon, says Kyle. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well too. And yeah, I hope you are excited for this World Cup final. Of course, New Zealand, like I mentioned, they haven't been here other than just one occasion. And on that occasion, they were unsuccessful. But India, they've been there, done that. They actually won the last World Cup for the T20 at this location. Mate, how tired are you? I'm certainly feeling it. I'm running off about probably, I'd say 5 hours sleep from about the last 3 nights or so. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe we're up to about 8 hours or so. But yeah, certainly not as sleep deprived as I could have been, but close to it. We have got the legendary weekend from you, says JP Trills, and we've still got more to come after this T20 World Cup. We've got a whole day of sevens that I am going to be covering on the channel too. Hey, Happy. I am back. So happy to see you after a long time. It is great to see you coding. It's been probably a good year and a half, if not maybe 2 years or so, since we've had you on the channel, and it is fantastic that we got you here for this World Cup final between India and New Zealand. Google says 70% chance to win before a bowl is being bowled. That just shows you how strong this Indian side is. But the exciting part of this Indian lineup is it is not just strong at the top. They have got depth. And, you know, you look through at this middle order. Dubé, the fact that that man can whack a 50 off maybe about 15 balls, maybe even 10 balls, tells you that this India side, the key for their success in this matchup is not just what's happening at the top of the order, but what happens in that middle order too. New Zealand, I don't know what a good total to restrict India is here. England tried to restrict them, but as we saw, it didn't really go too well. Over 200 runs on the board for India in that game. It's very tricky to know what is a pass score when looking at this ground. But this is what India have done so far in their Cricket World Cup, ladies and gentlemen, in Group 1. And also, I will mention that's in a bit of a random order with the semi-final sitting actually above the 2 matches that took place in Group 1 as well. But as you can see, 253 runs India were able to get in their semi-final. England, they got 246. They were unsuccessful in the run chase, India winning that game by the 7 runs. Prior to that, they had a great chase up against the West Indies. 195 set on the board by the Windies team, and India were able to chase it down. That was actually their biggest run chase in T20 World Cup history. So the fact that they have done that, the game after, they have been able to set what I believe would have to be close to their best total in playoff cricket. It's just, this Indian side, you can understand why they're 70% favourites, but the Kiwis, they are used to being the underdogs of the T20 as well as just the cricketing world. You look through at what they have been able to do. Semi-final up against South Africa. Boy, what an innings it was from Tim Seifert as well as Finn Allen at the top of the order. 173 for 1. The chase over South Africa only took New Zealand 12.5 balls. 43 remaining. 12.5 overs, I should say. That would be a little bit too quick. I know Finn Allen was whacking the ball nicely, but not quite that high. But he did set himself a record T20 Century 100. So, both sides have great bowlers who have done relatively well. I would have to say bowling advantage, you would think would be India, but then at the same time, these are the same bowlers who did concede 246 runs. New Zealand, they have almost managed to bowl out South Africa, and their top order were the only sides or the only players who had to get involved in that matchup as well. But we are close to the start of this matchup, only around 10 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. Who's batting first, says Daryl. So India batting first. New Zealand won the toss, which I have to say was one of the highest tosses I think I've ever seen. from your dove. He sent that one up into the atmosphere and then back down. But Satner called tails. He managed to win it. And just like that last match up against South Africa, New Zealand opting for the bowling option first, as they have been quite successful chasing throughout this T20 World Cup competition. You're doing the cricket. We did do the semi-final between the Black Caps and the Proteas, so I decided why not come back for the final here. At the end of the day, one of those two sides were going to be in it. In this case, it was New Zealand who managed to make their way through. What's your prediction? Can the Black Caps finally win their first T20 World Cup? We'll tell you what, if they did, it would be the underdog story and a half, because with the fact that this is taking place in India, with the fact that, you know, throughout this tournament, India have peaked right at the right time near the end of the competition. New Zealand, though, you could argue the same with that brilliant performance up against the Proteas. It's a hard one to predict. And once again, India could go out here and get 120 and it could be enough, or they could go out there and get 240 and it might not be. That's the exciting part about this ground. It is a little bit larger than some of the others that we have seen, and that is why New Zealand opted to get rid of Cole McConkey from their bowling lineup, although he did manage to take two crucial wickets up against the South Africans, dismissing, I believe it was Quinton de Kock and then also Ryan Rickleton in his first over that he did bowl of the semi-final. I'm scared. Did New Zealand make a good choice bowling first? I think that it was the best choice that they could have made. And I know that that's weird to say, but New Zealand have a very impressive chasing record throughout this T20 World Cup, and there was no point looking at this game and going, because India did so well up against England batting first, New Zealand shouldn't have shied away from that challenge. They'd rather know what they have to chase than be uncertain to know what abouts is a par total on this surface. And again, it could be 120, it could be 240. We will get to see in the very near future. I thought New Zealand would rather post a total in a final than chasing a score. I think that if they've won all their games batting second, you might as well keep that trend. At least that way, New Zealand will know roughly how many they need an over. We know how strong India can be with the bat, and we know how dangerous this man at the top of the order can be in Sampson. So, as long as they can control that run rate a little bit, which of course is not going to be easy to do when you consider the fact that these men can hit sixes for fun. And Abhishek Sharma, there's been so much talk about Sanju Samson throughout this tournament. But Sharma, if he starts firing at the top of the order, you've got two men who can go at a strike rate of 200 plus, both batting at either end. I thought we have got the smallest boundaries in history. Evan Van Allen hitting seemingly 50-metre sixes is wild, although this is a larger boundary compared to the other location that New Zealand did play. So surprised by McConkey being dropped in the last match. He took two wickets, and also Abhishek Sharma struggle against off-spinners. Series coding, and I believe that they've said that they believe Glenn Phillips is going to play that McConkey bowling role. Now, it was a very good over from McConkey, 2 for 9 in that semi-final, although that second wicket was a bit of a gift from Rickleton, who did try and cut him in the air and did hit it straight down the throat of Van Allen. But there is a sea of blue in the stands. They are expecting over 100,000 in attendance for this game. Rightfully so. It is a crowd worthy of a final, and this matchup, it is going to be absolutely awesome to see these two sides take to the field. The flags have been presented. Someone was mentioning earlier on in the tournament, it takes about 60 volunteers to be able to put those flags out. They are absolutely huge, but so is this occasion, so is the venue, and so is the atmosphere at this game as well. I've just realised how far behind I've already gotten in the chat, so I do apologise if I do end up missing any messages. It's very good toss to win. Dew will come later, although they have used a lot of anti-dew spray for this location to make it a little bit more even for these two sides, but that won't be able to completely stop it, I don't believe. Jacob Duffy was a dust bowler so far this tournament. Should have been Ben Sears. Sears, KFC lad. Yeah, to be honest, when they took out McConkey, I was surprised with the inclusion of Jacob Duffy. He is a bit of a 50-50, but we've got to remember, he also took the most wickets throughout a calendar year for any black cap in history, playing a few more games than Richard Hadley. That was one that was always specified along the way, but you'd also like to think, in this scenario for Duffy, he has got to either find that rhythm with a bit of swing, or, the chance for India to really attack him could be on the cards. If India get bowled out for under 140, would you consider them the chokers? Says Xander, not at all. Because until we see New Zealand bat on the surface, we have no idea whether or not 140 is considered a high or low total. We have seen other sides play on the surface before, but this is a World Cup final. It's completely different to any other match we have seen in the competition so far. Can Glenn Phillips bowl in the power play? because Indian batters struggle against off spinners, I think they might consider an over or two of Phillips. Normally Santner likes to come in after that power play stage, but he may even be called upon to bowl inside of the power play if India do look to attack the bowlers of New Zealand bowling the pace. I know this cricket, but how was the Italy game? What a game. That was an incredible game. And to be fair, it's been an incredible weekend for upsets for underdogs when it comes to international sport. We did see India get themselves the win. We did see Scotland get themselves the win. Are we now going to see the Black Caps get themselves a win in India as well? The nerves are through the roof. See as BTW pads are, and also can't wait for this epic cricket commentary from South Africa. Yeah, it is greatly appreciated. The South Africans tuning in for this one. Of course, a much better time zone for yourself than us here in New Zealand, but it is greatly appreciated you being here. I know that quite a few of you guys were here for that semi-final as well. Bit of a heartbreaking one for the South Africans, but it seems to be now, in a weird way, South Africa and New Zealand seem to be on the same page, and that is to try and upset the Giants in India for this matchup. They are just showing Finn Allen and Tim Seifert singing that national anthem. If there are ever two men who will be key for New Zealand in this competition, it has to be those two. Finn Allen, that miraculous 100 in the semi-final up against the South Africans. Tim Seifert, a very nice supporting role in that scenario, batting in partnerships, something that New Zealand will want to do throughout this match. But of course, they have to wait a wee while before they do get that opportunity to bat. They first have to bowl well. You see there are a few of the extra players for the Kiwis who will not be playing in this contest. Kyle Jamieson not selected. Ish Sodhi not playing in this final. Same with Cole McConkey opting for more pace than spin. If you could go to an IPL game, which two teams would you go watch? Honestly, I would take any team in that competition facing anyone. Like, just to be at an IPL game, the atmosphere that it seems to have be absolutely incredible. I've mentioned about it already. Over 100,000 in attendance. I think over 130,000 in the stands for this game, piling them in like sardines. But it is going to be one of those matches that no one wanted to miss. There will be a lot of Kiwis getting up in the early hours of the morning to be able to watch this game as well. And you can well and truly understand why the top order of India is must-see. In the front, or the openers in this case, Sanju Samson. He is alongside Abhishek Sharma as that 1 and 2. Then from there, Ishan Kishan. It does not get any weaker at pretty much any stage throughout this batting lineup up until maybe around 9 or so. And that's probably even a little bit harsh. So, you know, someone like a Bumrah even can hit a 6 if he has to. But I'd like to think if India have a good chance of winning this matchup, they wouldn't get right down to Bumrah's batting. In fact, if the Kiwis got them down to Bumrah's batting, they've done something very well. You see Ravindra Neesham will bowl overs or not. I think Ravindra will. Jimmy Neesham normally gets at least 2, or at least that's been the trend that we've seen throughout the World Cup. But he has definitely been a hit or miss bowler, which is where it gets a little bit concerning for New Zealand if he doesn't bowl well and if Duffy doesn't bowl well. Because then you've got two of your pace bowlers. You know, you'll get 4 from Ferguson, you get 4 from Henry, 4 from Satner. You probably get 4 from Ravindra, but you still have to make up the rest of those overs somewhere, and that's where Neesham and Duffy, you'd assume, will take the reins. You've got that backup option of Phillip too, if it does seem like it's turning a bit, and have spin as a decent option on this surface. But the national anthems have now been sung, ladies and gentlemen, which now means we are ready to go for this T20 World Cup final between India and New Zealand. Just the one change for the Kiwis. Duffy comes in, McConkey goes out. And for India, unchanged from that team that put on 253 runs in their last contest up against the English. Now, England will probably feel a little bit hard done by to lose that matchup. Earlier, you really did cricket live streams due to copyright. How's this World Cup changed your mind? It hasn't really. We're just hoping for the best. That's pretty much the gist of it. But this World Cup final now, it's one of the biggest occasions in the world of cricket. Depending on whether or not you are a fan of the short format or the long. I feel like even whether you like Test cricket much more than T20, you're still watching this contest. Sanju Samson, top of the order, alongside Abhishek Sharma, 2 men that can really get off to an absolute flyer here for India. But they have been dropping catches in the field, this Indian side, 50% catching in their match up against the West Indies. In the game up against England, I believe they had 1 or 2 that they put down as well. For New Zealand, they had a couple drops. They had one that could have been in Daryl Mitchell's catch of Aidan Markram. But now they make their way onto the field here, Team India. They are ready for the occasion. And they will be well and truly stepping up to the plate, which it's just going to be insane, this match. I have to say, like, this is the first World Cup final that we've covered on the channel, let alone semi-final. So it's going to be incredible to be out here watching this game. As it happens, live New Zealand is so consistent. And white ball earlier last year, India beat them, the Champions Trophy final, says coding. And as you can see there, India have got some pretty decent percentages when it comes to finals, winning 66% of the matches they have taken part in, whereas New Zealand, they are a little bit lower in terms of those numbers. They have never won a T20 World Cup, but if there was ever a time to be able to do it, it would be this match up against India. But the opening bowlers will really have to step up here. We know that pace of Lockie Ferguson, but the control of the ball from Matt Henry, something that normally gets him put in the good books for the Kiwis as well. We are just about ready to go. What I will be doing is I've got Sky as the backup, but I will be predominantly watching on the New Zealand TAB as it is a little bit further ahead. So what will happen is we will be behind for the first over and then skip forward for the second, if that makes sense, just because normally the TAB are a bit slower starting up their coverage. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully everyone's understanding that, but we are just about ready to go. So we will get the scoreboard. We will put it a little bit bigger so it becomes a lot easier to see. And with a little bit of luck, we'll be pretty close to seeing exactly what will happen for the first ball. But Sanju Samson, if there is ever a key wicket to be able to take in this T20 World Cup, it has to be that man. He has got off to absolute flyers for this India side. At the other end, Abhishek Sharma, the 25-year-old who has the composure of a player much older than himself. And the bowling department, it is going to be Matt Henry. He returned into the side not too long ago, bowled well in that last contest. And then it became a little bit more of a spin wicket. We did see a lot more of New Zealand spin bowlers rather than the quicks. This one is expected to be a better quicks wicket than the spin. Although New Zealand do still have a couple spinning options in Satna Ravindra and also Glenn Phillips, who has been called upon time and time again as a part-time spinner. But now there is the 10-second countdown, and they are building up the hype as well. 8 seconds away from the first ball of this T20 World Cup final, New Zealand versus India. I hope you guys are ready. It's currently 2:30 a.m. here in New Zealand, 7 p.m. local time, and we are ready to go. The fireworks have already gone off. There will be fireworks all throughout this match, though. India with the bat in hand. Let's see what their power play holds. Their last one up against England, it was fast, it was dangerous, and it's Samson on strike to Matt Henry. Good first ball, and it is a dot. Defended nicely by Samson. Howdy, fellas, says Gary. Welcome in. Hope you are doing extremely well. And yeah, hope you are excited for this contest. Matt Henry going to be trying to keep this one as, I'd say, as economical as possible. In this case, morning Hamish, says Balestray, welcome in. Alex Wharf, an umpire in charge of this game at the other end, Richard Illingworth. Oh, that one's hit the back leg of Samson. Height might be the factor. In fact, there might be a little bit of bat involved as well. Henry as well as Satnan don't look 100% convinced. It is definitely worth a shout there. What I am going to do is I'm going to jump over to the TAB coverage now. It has kicked in, so they have already had another dot ball. Matt Henry for the fourth. Pitched up. Worked to the leg side, but down to the man at mid-on. And it is another dot. It's a great start to this match for New Zealand. Hamish, your shirt looks stylish. Now, I will mention I didn't go full shirt and tie for this one. I did decide to go just for the shirt. Mainly because you guys can't actually... Well, I shouldn't have said anything. You wouldn't have known that I didn't have the tie on. Never mind, I take that back. It's on. It's just underneath the scoreboard. New Zealand need to take catches because Brook dropped such an easy catch to Samson, and he dropped the match as well. Yeah, they have to take their catches. Catches win matches is such an old school saying. That's a great shot over the head of New Zealand's man at mid-on. And a brilliant shot from Samson. It goes all the way for 6. That just shows the power of the man. And you go from a position here for New Zealand how they were relatively comfortable for the first 4 balls of Matty Henry, and now there is a chance that this over could go for 10 if Samson goes back-to-back boundaries. Just stands and delivers with the shot straight back down over the head of mid-on. It's a 79-metre six. It was flat. It was fast. And does a little shuffle into it as well. And the crowd absolutely erupting. Tournament 6 is 16 for him. It's pitched up. And they will try for the quick-fire single. And they get there, India. So 7 off the first over. Hopefully Mr. Scoreboard is going to continue updating. It is currently a little bit behind. There we go. It's starting to get there now. At the end of the first, 7 for none. Go New Zealand, says Josiah. An afternoon, Hamish. Hot afternoon here in Cape Town again. Disappearing rain. Or rain disappeared. And also, come on, boys, bowl them out. New Zealand bowlers, I have to strike round early. Yeah, if they don't take a wicket, I would say within about, well, even 5 overs, India could already have 70 runs on the board. So we don't see them take those wickets very early on. It could become a long day at the office. What I am quickly going to do, though, is I'm going to go like this and like this. Hopefully the scoreboard does continue to update. It's actually misbehaving a little bit, which is the last thing you want for a final. But here we go. Glenn Phillips into the bowling attack, ladies and gentlemen. So they've decided to get him in early. And nice to see underdogs winning, says Ruth. And New Zealand do come in as quite large underdogs for this match. Economy of 9.3 for Glenn Phillips. He has taken just the 3 wickets from his 8 matches. And now he has got, once again, Samson on strike. Does play spin very nicely. In fact, he plays all bowling nicely. Hit down the ground to long on for 1. Lockie Ferguson needs to bowl now, says Coding. I think they're trying to save him for a little bit later, Ferguson. But I don't know if it's the right choice or not. At the end of the day, like, I feel you're going to see some pretty hard shots from Samson either way. But now we get to see Abhishek Sharma on strike for this contest. Once again, there will be a few nerves out there currently. For Abhishek Sharma, first 15 balls, does not do well up against right arm off spin. So that is exactly why New Zealand have opted to give him the chance here. And Glenn Phillips driving it towards cover point. And it is a dot ball. So far, New Zealand, they have conceded 3 scoring shots in the first 8 balls of this matchup. I do see that the scoreboard, hopefully we can keep it updating. It seems like it only wants to update every once in a while, though. We should be able to get it going every ball. Phillips pitches it up, well defended by Abhishek Sharma. Good intent shown from Phillips as well in the field. Hi, Hamish, hoping the Black Caps get a win. Yeah, it would be a big one if they were able to do so up against this Indian side. Scored 253 batting first in their last appearance. So, yeah, it is definitely not an easy task. Now Phillips pitched up, rocking on to the back foot. They will manage to take the single down the ground for 1. I don't think New Zealand will mind that too much. These power play overs is where you can either get off to an absolute flying start or you go that little bit slower. I feel like in this case for New Zealand, they would be more than happy if India were anything under 200 would give them a decent chance in this contest. 1 second, we'll go like that and like that as well. Just having a few things with the scoreboard. Hopefully it continues updating now. Pitched up by Phillips again. Work down to long on. Singles are key for New Zealand at the moment. And they just keep on rotating the strike. India, New Zealand bowling good lines. Pitching it up. And it's whether or not India are willing to take it on this early. That is something that South Africa really had as one of their big downfalls. Was the fact they were too aggressive at the wrong times. Saw a few players get caught. I believe 6 of their wickets were from players getting caught out. Now Phillips for the last ball of what has been an economical over to Abhishek Sharma. Sitting 1 from 3. And again, it will be hit down the ground. It's going to be a hard one to chase for the Kiwis in the field, but very nicely done by Daryl Mitchell. He will restrict it to 2, and that is a great over from Phillips. Just the 5 runs off it. And India now sitting 12 for none. Oops, almost dropped the mouse there, but luckily just managed to catch it in time. That's a good over from Glenn Phillips. In fact, it's a great over to follow up Matt Henry's over too. Moment for New Zealand. They'll be pretty happy with how it sits. India 220. I think that anything 200-ish is massive for a final. And I would say 200 would be quite a daunting task for the Kiwis to be able to chase here. But at the same time, we did see the speed that Tim Seifert and Finn Allen got off to in that last match. But I don't know if they can do that again here. It's going to be very tricky. Jacob Duffy into the attack. Right. This over for me is actually make or break for the Kiwis in terms of their momentum and whether or not they can take firm control of this power play. If we see Duffy go for 20 off this over, which he has at times throughout this T20 World Cup, he is bowling to Sampson, got the deep third man and the deep square leg, pitches it up, some nice swing early for Jacob Duffy. It is a work to leg side and just the single for Sampson. Now, he is normally a batter who loves momentum. And when he starts hitting the ball cleanly, he will keep on going. Likes a reset once he gets to 50, which he has been able to do quite a few times throughout this competition. If will be a perfect story if New Zealand wins. They last year whitewashed 3-0 in Test, one ODI series as well, 2-1, and now this World Cup, says Coding. Yeah, would be absolutely huge for the New Zealanders. And we've got to remember, this is a side that have always punched above their weight when it comes to the cricketing world. Looks like New Zealand, no field change too much for Abhishek Sharma. Still only allowed the 2 men outside of the circle. It's called as a wide for Duffy. I was about to say maybe a good ball just inside of the wide line, but Abhishek Sharma, use of the feet, trying to put pressure on him early. As at government office, Jacob David's brother? No, but Jacob Duffy has got a brother. He just doesn't play international cricket. It was quite interesting because one of the fellas who have married my cousin, well, that sounds like there's multiple who have married my cousin. The fella who married my cousin used to actually play backyard cricket with Jacob Duffy and his brother. That's a good shot over the top of long on again. That is the boundary that India have been able to target so far throughout the early stages, but it is 4 runs. And Duffy has gone for 6 off 2 balls. Duffy really good in New Zealand, but he came to India. He's really struggled. Expensive as well, says Coding. And yeah, that is where, some were surprised to see Jacob Duffy in the bowling attack rather than a Cole McConkey. But it's a good shot over the top of the man at mid-on. That is where they have got both of their boundaries so far. India 1-4 for Sharma, 1-6 for Sampson. It moves up to 7 off 5. It's pitched up, down the ground, full face of the bat, and another 4 runs. No one down there for New Zealand. He isn't playing with a long off or even a mid-off by the looks of that field for Jacob Duffy, pitching it up and waiting for the swing there to then hit straight through the line of the ball for Abhishek Sharma. I know it's Cameron Cafe 2003 when Stephen Fleming was captain. And some swingers should disrupt the Indian batsman, says Ruth. And Mitchell, a very popular name in New Zealand. Yeah, there's a Darryl with the last name of Mitchell, and Mitchell, the last name of Satner. Now, short ball from Jacob Duffy. Just full short of New Zealand. Great work in the field from Glenn Phillips. Did he make the ground here? He doesn't look like it was a catching chance, but it is a single for Abhishek Sharma. There's a high 5 going to Duffy. This may have been a half chance for New Zealand. If anyone was going to be able to get to it, it would be Phillips. No, just on the half volley. Very well fielded, though. So easily could have gone through him to the boundary. Sadly not Dunedin. Like 1992 when India froze at Carisbrook. The House of Pain, says Chris Hill. Yeah, this one definitely has the home field advantage for India. Over 100,000 supporting them in the stands. New Zealand, still 2 balls remaining of the Duffy over. It has gone for 11 thus far. And now big swing of the bat from Sanju Samson. Hasn't timed it. That is a good ball from Duffy. If he can get out of this over without a boundary, you'd have to say 12 off a power play over. Probably not too bad at this stage of the match. Definitely when you consider the batters who are in front of you in Samson and Sharma. But of course, do let me know your score predictions for this one, ladies and gents. We haven't had too many totals as the predicted ones. I'm thinking India hit 200. And depending on how long these two bat, it could be closer to the 220 mark. Duffy now to finish his over, pitches it up, hit back down the ground, over his head and 4 more runs, 15 off the Duffy over. They have targeted him like many sides have, and that will now be 27 for none off the 3 over. Sampson tournament fours 23. The crazy thing is, he's only at about maybe 8 more 4s than he has 6s throughout this comp. He's been loving the size of the boundaries and loving the full stroke of the bat down the ground there Less than 220 losers. Says Kiwi off the grid, sticking their hand up there for Duffy, but it would have been optimistic to be able to get a hand to that one. Probably would have taken a finger with it. And now Samson getting off to a good start here too. 14 off 11. Abhishek Sharma, 12 off 7 at the other end. And now what do New Zealand do? Do they back it up with another Phillips over? Highest percentage of runs down the ground throughout this T20 World Cup. In terms of these men, you got Dubé with 54%. That is another option that they do have later on in this game, India. Just that strong, powerful shot of Dubé. He can bring up 50 and 12 balls. We've seen him do it before. But here comes Lockie Ferguson. A bit more pace on the ball. Abhishek Sharma, something that is impressive about him is the way he adapts to the man who is bowling in front of him. He has got a ramp shot option, but they do have a deep fine leg here. New Zealand, here comes Lockie Ferguson steaming into the left-hander. It's gone up, it's gone down deep, and it's going to be 4 runs off the edge of the bat for Abhishek Sharma. The pace of the ball, it was never going to be cuttable, or able to be cut off, I should say. For the Kiwi at deep third, in fact, rather than deep fine. A pitching looking like a road. 200 is minimum. I'm ready for the 7th, Hamish. I am excited to see what happens in those 2 semi-finals. My prediction, India 239 and New Zealand win by 3 wickets. Tell you what, that would be quite the final to witness, that is for sure. India off to a good start, 31 for none. Ferguson, follow-up ball, pitches it up, balls it in the air. No one down the ground, so it should be 6. In fact, there's no one in the stand for the New Zealanders that's going to catch that one. 6 runs, first 2 ball of the Ferguson over, back-to-back boundaries. And that brings us up to 755 tournament sixes. I would love to know how many that is in comparison to the last World Cup. As it seems like we've seen a lot of maximums throughout this tournament thus far, but 6 more for Abhishek Sharma. 85 metre 6 for that one. So that was clearing the boundary, even if it was a short one. And a great catch in the stands too. Ferguson, how does he fire back? Pitches it up, bangs it into the track a little bit more and work down to third man for a single. It's good strike rotation, India, trying to limit those dot balls. They had a few of them throughout the first 2 overs, but it seems like now they've really worked out a tactic to be able to just keep that old strike rate ticking over. 250 will be borderline loss. Says Kiwi there. Do you see South Africa goes to the 7th final? I think they've got a pretty decent chance. They should be able to beat the Australians. Duffy instead of McConkey is interesting. It is. They've talked about the fact that spin on this wicket hasn't been as successful as pace, but these 2 batsmen in particular love pace on. And we have seen Sharma maybe have a little bit of a weakness to spin. Now Ferguson down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. First 6 hours when the spinners, first 6 overs when the spinners come on. It's quick, it's very quick. When the spinners bowl in the first 6 overs. Score predictor at the moment is India at only 198. That surprises me a little bit with the fact that currently they have their run rate of over 11.5. So you'd assume that they're thinking in those middle overs, that's when we're going to see India slow down that little bit. But for now, they are flying. Now, Lockie Ferguson. Hamish, you commentate cricket with more passion. You can see you know the game very well, says a YZ. Oh, that's gone off the outside edge. And down the boundary for, I believe that was another 6. I think it's more so just the difference in pace between cricket and rugby as well. Like, I love watching both of them. But for cricket, you have that little bit more time in between what's happening. You know, you're not commentating 20 phases in a row, which does make it a lot easier. New Zealand pathetic, says Scott Dawson. We're only into like the 4th over of the match, mate. And fire Hamish, says Mohadeen. It is a 66 metre 6. It did clear the rope. Ferguson disappointed. But at the same time, we've got to remember, we're going to get to see the Kiwis batting on this surface as well with the same boundaries. Ferguson, still 2 balls left in his over. That one is way down the leg side and will be a wide. Just the pressure starting to be felt by this New Zealand team now. I mean, you've got 4 spinners in your team. I build the same with Tech. High scoring rate per over now. Absolutely. They are up to over 12 and over as their current run rate. And Ferguson, the thing is, Duffy went for 15, which at the time was getting criticised. Ferguson here in his first over has gone for 18 off 4 balls. So, you know, maybe it isn't such an easy one for Duffy. That's another wide for Ferguson. Really lost his radar now, gifting runs to India in the power play. Already seen the 4 extras from New Zealand, 3 of which have been bowled by Lockie Ferguson just in this over. And well, 12 per over, says Ruth. Yeah, that definitely puts that score predictor a lot higher than the 200. Why is Ishsodi not playing, Amish? Because they've gone for pace on this slightly longer boundary rather than spin. So McConkey also got taken out of lineup. Ferguson pitches up outside off stump, driving it straight into Finn Allen at point. So dot ball there. Much needed one for New Zealand. I think he actually picked that one quite nicely, Samson, just saying that it flipped on a little bit. Skidded through maybe. Just showing there, 59 metres is where deep third man is located. He is on the boundary rope, and then 66 metres on the leg side for square leg, which is why this is quite a dangerous bowling line from Lockie Ferguson. The fact that there is no cover, and that's going to be worked off the legs and goes down to fine leg for 4 to close out a big Ferguson over. It has gone for 24 runs, and India now after 4 overs are 51 for none. How quickly 2 overs can change a match of cricket. And these two men, they are still just getting started. When you're robbing the bank, I don't think I am planning on robbing any bank anytime soon. Ferguson, come on, get it together. Says Roof there. Is it in Mumbai? It is in Ahmedabad. I always say it wrong. Ahmedabad. I always mispronounce it. Ahmedabad. So I can't say it. This is one name that I just can't get. Narendra Modi Stadium in India is where this one is taking place. Really predictable bowling. Predictable or unpredictable? Because I didn't predict that he was going to bowl 3 wides in his first over of the contest. New Zealand have gone back to Matt Henry now. 2 men deep on the leg. They're actually on the offside for Abhishek Sharma. A deep backward point and also deep cover. So this would insinuate that Matt Henry's going to be looking to get it outside off stump, unless it is a double bluff. Wide outside off stump from Matt Henry. And big crowd cheer, that is because it is a wide, 2 wide from Matty Henry. So after 1, that was very quick enough. Emergency spinner, says Kyle Julius. It's quite interesting that they didn't look at a spin option again. To be honest, like Phillips had a really economical over and India weren't looking to target him too much. So this might actually be a case here where New Zealand feel pressure to try and use more pace overs here so that they can use more spin overs later perhaps. Already we're seeing possibly the tactical game of New Zealand coming into play. But Henry has gone for the 8 runs so far. And last over from Lockie Ferguson went for 24. Speak Indian Afrikaans? I don't know either. Now, Henry, outside off stump, even wider. That one almost bounced off the pitch. It's another wide for New Zealand, obviously targeting that wide line, hoping to get that outside edge from Abhishek Sharma, but they're just missing the line a little bit at the moment. Length's not too bad. Don't worry, I was placed there as well. If you India, says Sanithra. And he's not happy with the start that India have got off to in this match. 53 for none off the first 4 overs, which theoretically we are still at 4 overs because Matt Henry has not bowled a legal delivery of his over as of yet. That one's better. Cut away through the deep point region. And fielded in the deep by New Zealand for the 1. WTF are New Zealand doing? I think they're struggling to find their line at the moment. We've seen more wides bowled in this game, almost than we saw throughout their whole match up against South Africa with the ball in hand. A few slower balls from Matt Henry too, trying to take pace off. But a way that you can take pace off is bowl a spinner. Panicking for nothing, says Daniel. Maybe after 10 or 15 overs, says Kyle. What the hell are they up to? Yeah, they're just trying to bowl that very wide line. Now, I will mention, fielder's the same for Samson, except, of course, 2 men on his leg side due to being a right-hander. So deep square leg, almost a deep backward square leg. In fact, at a deep mid-wicket here for Samson on strike. It's another wide from New Zealand. They certainly weren't bowling like this up against South Africa. It's a slower delivery from Matt Henry. He's bowling 115, 120. Seems to be about the speed that he's targeting. So obviously New Zealand have seen something to do with India and that slower ball. But yeah, it's been a pretty confusing start to this match for New Zealand. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're doing what South Africa did. Exactly. And I mean, to be fair, we talk about it. Oh, nice shot to the leg side. Man in the deep. Goes on the bounce to Daryl Mitchell. Samson not quite timing that one as well as he would have liked. But yeah, they are doing, like you said, exactly what the Proteas did, and that is going into a game after playing so well in the previous and completely changing tactics in a case where maybe you don't really need to for New Zealand as of yet. But Matt Henry, he's gone for 5 runs off his first 2 balls. As eventful as it has been, it's actually not that bad in terms of the run rate so far in this over. But we've also got to remember, with the amount of extra wides New Zealand are bowling, they will be drifting a little bit further behind when it comes to the runs per over. That's another wide. Or sorry, the over rate, I should say. That's now 4 wides from Matt Henry. What do you do now if you're Mitchell Sattner? I know that Sattner's a spinner, but do you go up to Matt Henry, have a bit of a chat with him, even though he is one of the senior bowlers in this team? Because 4 wides and 1 over. Yes, they're trying to target that wide line and trying to make it difficult for India to strike. But this is really strange from New Zealand currently. Now, hit in the air, down the ground, no one back there. It's 6 runs for Abhishek Sharma. And that's the brutal part of this game at the moment for New Zealand, as they bowl wide, India not hitting it, but they're getting the extra runs, and then they put one slightly straighter, and India strike and get themselves another 6 runs. Memphis, Tennessee, says Kyle. An English live commentator says Kitsenel in there as well, on 80 metres, 6. And Captain says, I think is that Mitchell Sattner has gotten corrected to Memphis, Tennessee. Now Matt Henry, big full, 1 outside off stump. They will take the single. This has been a long power play for the Kiwis, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be quite curious to know how many bowls, or how many they have bowled, including wides at this stage. I believe they've bowled about 8 wides so far, or somewhere around there. Ferguson bowled 3, Henry bowled 4, but Samson now on strike. Both men for India striking at around that 200 strike rate, although Samson's just dropped off a little bit. He's sitting 166. With those wides, they haven't really had to hit the ball too often here for Samson. Pitched up, tries to hit it to the leg side, and it will just be the single, or will it? No, nice running between the wickets for India, and they get back for 2. Henry looking fatigued here. I believe this game was going to be played in quite warm conditions, although so is the whole tournament. Good morning. Do you think this game could be like England in terms of high runs? It looks that way at the moment. I have to say that this is much higher than it seemed like New Zealand were going to go for in their power play after 2 very strong first overs, one from Matt Henry, one from Glenn Phillips, who I feel probably needs to bowl the last over of the power play, or at least they need to look to a spinner, because this has been thoroughly expensive. Short ball, it's picked up by Samson. Did he get all of it? Yes, he did. The boundary's just not long enough, or not short enough, or no, the other way around. Matt Henry goes for 6 off his last over, a 22-run over from Matt Henry, 21 runs. Backhanded by Sattner, must have bowled Phillips another over. Yeah, I don't understand why New Zealand went away from spin. In fact, after that Ferguson and Duffy over, that would have been the one that you chucked the spinner in. I guess they went to Henry for that experience, but it has backfired for New Zealand, as India now find themselves on 72 runs for none off the 5 overs, and you can see the frustration from Henry, something there he doesn't show too often, but the emotion is running high. And in a pressure cooker, that is the stadium. New Zealand is certainly feeling it, but Duffy is going to bowl the last over of this power play. This, to me, once again, says New Zealand are trying to get through the pace overs early to then have more protection for their spinners later. So I think we're going to probably see Phillips bowl for it, or at least we should in this case. Jacob Duffy now, though, with a run rate of 14.4. India on fire. It's a pitch duck delivery. That's a brutal one. A Yorker, well bowled by Duffy. It goes off the outside edge from Abhishek Sharma, who gets nowhere near the timing of it, and it still races to the boundary. You can see the frustration. Daryl Mitchell, well, in fact, it was Lockie Ferguson going over to Jacob Duffy and saying, look, there wasn't much you could have done about that. It was swinging just a little bit away from Abhishek Sharma, who gave himself space, walked away to the leg side to open up the opportunity of off. 76 runs now on the board. I actually just want to go back to sleep, says Highlanders fan. Away has Ravindra done thus far. He's actually been a good wicket-taking option for New Zealand. Not too expensive, like is with India today, says Coding. Currently, they are absolutely flying. this India side. New Zealand with another bowling change here in terms of the field placement. It looks like they've got a slip and play, New Zealand. That is something that you don't see too often in this T20 World Cup. Oh, that's full and just hit straight back down the ground from Abhishek Sharma. Just a slight flick of the wrist sends it all the way for 6 as he quickly approaches a half century. 41 off 15. He could get a quicker half century than we saw from Finn Allen. And what will happen in the 6 angry? Says Kyle Julius, but just struck beautifully down the ground from India. I used to enjoy Fleming as captain. He opened the bowling with the spinner, says Brian. Bowl Yorkers, it can't get any worse. Yeah, although that's where it really hurts because that one was over pitch from Duffy, so gets it for 6. That last one, that was a perfect Yorker in some regards, got hit away off the edge for 4. Where do you bowl at the moment? That one's gone extremely high. Although they don't have anyone deep on that leg side. Trying to get back to it. Can't quite get the outstretched chance from Chapman. And that summarises New Zealand's day so far. It has rolled over the boundary off hitting Chapman. But it wasn't a catch attempt. He was just short of the ground. But then in the control stage, does end up fumbling it. I feel like every ball is either a wide or a 6, says Freedom Films. And that one went extremely high. Chapman with a great effort to get across to it and just outside of the stretched arms of Mark Chapman. And because of going for it, it hit him in the chest as he was bouncing down. Blair Proteas got taken out on the semi-cis titanium. And that's another shot in the air. This one not timed either. And it will bounce a couple times in the field of play. Thrown from the deep by Chapman, and they will take the 2. Quick start to this next over. 16 off the Duffy 4 balls this far. Why does it kind of look like you have a bindi between your eyes? Says Gatsanel. Yeah, it's been here all weekend, unfortunately. It's been one that's slowly improved throughout the week. We're looking at 1,034 without loss. I assume that's supposed to be 103 or 104 without loss after 6 overs. Could be on the cards, and it certainly could. The 102 balls could be well and truly on the cards. If Abhishek Sharma times it here, he's hit it down the ground. It's in the air again, but there is no one back there for New Zealand. It has hit the boundary rope, and just like that, he has brought up the half century. 4 runs, 51 off only a very quick fire 18 balls. If Finn Allen gets out early, it's game over, says the Vanguard. Yeah, well, the problem that New Zealand have for India here is you've got Abhishek Sharma, who in some regards has been a little bit of the underrated part of this opening partnership for India throughout this T20 World Cup. And then you've got Samson, who has been the main event. And Sharma's at the moment the one striking big time. Samson's still going at 194 as his strike rate here too. Now last ball of the power play. And it's a wide, so they will have one more. Oh no, in fact, he stepped across bar enough that it is the dot ball. Duffy has gone for 17.5 on average for his 2 overs. The end of the power play. And it's 92 for none. Staying up till midnight for this kind of performance is crazy, says Katzenell. Good night, thanks for coming, says Daniel. And field placing New Zealand what? They just haven't been able to find a way of stopping India from hitting those boundaries. You could argue that they could have had someone deep on the leg side for Jacob Duffy's bowling, in which case they might have had a catching chance, but I also don't think he would have gone in the air on the leg side had they had a man there. Just looking quickly for a bit of a comparison, ladies and gentlemen. After the power play up against England, India were only sitting on 67 runs. So at this stage, 92 on the board up against New Zealand in the final. Just to put that in perspective, it took India 8 full overs up against England to reach that stage, and that was after some good hitting from Kishan and Samson to get them there. Folks, game over for New Zealand. I was worried at the toss for the Duffy, really struggled on flat pitch. I think everyone struggled though. You know, Matt Henry, we don't normally see him go for 21 runs and over. Ferguson going for 24 of his first. This to me says New Zealand should have been bowling spin at least 2 or 3 overs in that power play. Because the choices that they've made so far, the only way I can kind of describe it is it seems like they're saving the spinners for now. But have they got enough spinners in this team? I think Ravindra will get 4. I think we'll see Phillips bowl his other 3. You've also got Satner. So with that, that is going to be another 12 overs, New Zealand will still have to get through an additional 2 overs of pace if they do just go to the spin option. Strange collapses do happen though, says Vanguard. That is true. We can see a run rate completely slowed down, but a run rate at the moment of over 15 for India throughout their power play. Come on, New Zealand, we got this, says Steady Bangin'. It's an interesting name. And now New Zealand need to do really well to restrict India to 230. Yeah, if India continue at the run rate they're going, which hopefully you'd like to think they'd slow down at some stage, but if they continue at the way they're going, they're getting 300 in this final. So New Zealand really need to pull it back. Anything under 250, I think, at this stage would be a plus. The only collapse is New Zealand mentally. Fully lost the plot, says Daniel. In a situation that they really didn't need to. The more that you think about it, first 2 overs, 13 runs, I think it was off it. There was no need to go panicking. That Duffy over of 15, bit more expensive. Ferguson comes in to try and tie it up a bit. Goes for 24. And then from there, back to pace for another couple overs of around 20. Wait a minute, this isn't rugby, says Big Red. We have got the rugby sevens later on, though. 9 wides revealed the mental pressure, says the Vanguard. And yeah, of course, it's very easy for us to say, they're bowling away from a plan. They're bowling wides. But we haven't been in a stadium with 130,000 people cheering for the other team. They actually had the toss earlier on, and you could hear when the call, there was pretty much Ravi Shastri was doing the big hype package. Trying to get the single, but it is a dot ball from Mitch Satner. But yeah, they did the hype package. They announced the Indian captain. There was a massive roar. And then they announced Satner. It went silent the whole way throughout the intros. Angry Birds, 6 overs. Who the hell was Duffy? It is Jacob Duffy, a man who has taken the most wickets for New Zealand throughout a calendar year. That's a good ball from Satner. Another dot ball, 2 in a row for the Kiwis. But yeah, most wickets in a calendar year for the Black Caps across all formats in history. But in India so far, he has been expensive. Duffy is the base player for Guns N' Roses, says Mondo. Our third ball, that is a dot in a row for Satner. This is much better from the Kiwis. You wonder whether or not should they have brought him in earlier. 130,000 Indians, says the Vanguard. And also we have got there, it's feeling the same vibes as 2015 final. Stark gets McCullum on first ball. It's mental pressure for New Zealand. Why are you guys so good at rugby? I think it's just because it's been one of the national sports for such a long time. That's a great cut shot from Samson. Works it around that deep point boundary. First boundary off this Satner over. Wasn't Lou Vincent plus others caught taking bribes. Lose games in the bar, says Kiwi off the grid. They were, yeah. He now actually does a really cool series on his Instagram, though, involving kind of reviewing bats. He has served his ban. He got to play in the Black Clash here in New Zealand, which was team cricket versus team rugby. If you haven't seen the highlights of that, he took an absolute screamer of a catch. But yeah, he's served his time, so you'd like to think he would have learned his lesson. Hit down the ground, long on. And that's going to be 1. And I guess the reality is, and this is quite the statement, but he is one of the few who have been caught for match fixing. Because there's been some occasions that seemed like maybe something was going on, but of course they couldn't prove it. What parts of New Zealand population follows and watches cricket? I think most of New Zealand, of course it's currently 3:10 a.m. here in New Zealand, so you're in that scenario. Some Kiwis will be waiting till the morning. It is a Monday here too. But, they're just showing a replay of that cut shot, but now 2 singles to close out that Satner over, making a score 98 for none. But yeah, I think a lot of New Zealand will be up. It's not so much regional in terms of who will watch cricket. If you're a cricket fan or you don't have work early Monday morning, there'll be a lot of Kiwis up for this one, no doubt. Lots of match fixing. He got caught, says Vanguard. Yeah. So, it's a little bit, no, I'm not going to, we won't go too far into it because I was going to use an example, but I feel like it's just going to get me in trouble. So I'd rather leave it there. We know there were many more involved, says a Kiwi off the grid. Michelle was in jail. Well, luckily I haven't been yet. Still time though. It's so sad that the time zones of India and New Zealand don't align. Yeah, see, a couple of the games haven't been too bad time-wise. Like the 11 p.m. game's all right. As well as, it still finishes at about 2:30 a.m. But the earlier game, I think it was the 6:30 p.m. Start times were quite nice here in New Zealand. Oh, that's an edge. Is it off the outside edge of Yeah, it is. It's going to be the wicket of Abhishek Sharma. They've gone dead silent in the crowd, which is why I thought that it wasn't one. But now there's a bit of a round of applause. Abhishek Sharma is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Spin has struck, and Rachin Ravindra has too. It would have been a wide had he decided to leave it Sharma, but a great take from Seifert off the outside edge, and a brilliant catch from the keeper there. New Zealand get their first wicket. What a weird feeling that was. The crowd about as silent as they could have been. I have never heard 130,000 people stunned to silence. But that is what just happened there. Rachin Ravindra gets the breakthrough wicket. Sharma's gone, but he did get his half century and got India off to an extremely fast start. Even with these few dot balls and a couple good overs from New Zealand, the run rate's still at around 13 and a half. And the collapse has begun. So here's the Vanguard, and also we have got there. Let's go New Zealand. Says steady. And go the Kiwis. And lunchtime I got a delicious pizza. See, I saw those pizza bites advertised here in New Zealand and was pretty keen for them, but sadly, I don't live close to a Pizza Hut and would have to drive 30 minutes, which would not be a good idea because I've had 3 hours sleep throughout the last 2 nights. I can tell you for sure that almost all of India have New Zealand as their second favourite team after India. There does seem to be that mutual respect for New Zealand, quite a few different countries in the world feel that way. It seems to be a lot of sides respect the way that New Zealand play in terms of the way that they compose themselves out there on the field and kind of pride themselves off it. But now, ball there, hit down the ground. Rachin Ravindra driven hard and all. Great fielding from Daryl Mitchell. He saved a certain boundary. And India do get the 2. It's a boundary similar size to Eden Park. Seems like any aerial shot is going for 4 or 6. So a couple of the shots that India have hit for 6 have gone for around the 80 metres, which is a lot longer than Eden Park. There was the one short boundary that came off the outside edge for 6. That was a 66-metre one, but quite short boundaries on one side. Although India are clearing the boundary by 15 metres here. Out wide, hit in the air, and that one is going to go out to the man at deep cover. Fielded well again, this time by Glenn Phillips, keeps it to 2. Come visit me, Hamish, we'll meet you. Says Mohadeen, I'm Perth Australian. Finn Allen is our adopted son. He was absolutely incredible throughout the Perth Scorchers season. It's a very good catch from Seifert. The more that we look at it, the more you realise how far his hands had to move across to the side, but he anticipated whereabouts the ball was going. Wide again and chasing after it, India, not wanting dot balls here. And that is once again a little bit of the pressure of playing in a final 2. They have the weight of a nation on their shoulders and 1.4 billion people expecting them to lift that trophy. I can tell you right now that that pressure can either make or break a side. Is your name really Hamish? It is. Is your name really Mohadeen? Now 2 balls remaining of the Rachin Ravindra over. That one's dragged down but wasn't punished. Although it has still been timed to perfection through the 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side. And it does go all the way for 4. It seemed like there was hardly any intent from Kishan, just timed it as he worked it to the leg side. It was dragged down by Ravindra. It probably could have been worse than just the 4. And with that wicket, India went down to 80% wicket winning chance now. On this day, New Zealand need Finn Allen to make another 33 ball 100. It's going to be tough. And do you know what would have been extremely interesting? Beautifully played, late cut, through backward point and down to third man. That will be 4 more to close out the Rachin Ravindra over. It went for 12, but he did take that all-important wicket of Abhishek Sharma. And India 110 for 1. You really get the nickname or you could get the nickname like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. See, here's Big Rig. Do they get cards in cricket? They don't. No, you could get yourself in a little bit of trouble maybe after the game if you've done something disciplinary out there, but normally they don't take a player off for foul play per se. But Kishan getting off to an incredible strike rate already of 240. New Zealand has this, says Kiwi off grid. Boundaries Festival, now Mitch Satner went for 6 off his first over, pitched up, driven down the ground for a single from Sampson. Hasn't had a huge amount of strike, it seems, although he has faced about the same amount of balls as Abhishek Sharma did, unless you count the wides. Abhishek Sharma faced a lot of those. We have the hitters, says Kiwi off grid. And New Zealand can win, chasing 250 if Finn Allen stays in. If the batsman tackles the bowler, then it's a red card. It probably would have to be some sort of sort of situation. Dragged down by Santner, outside off stump. Once again, time back foot punch. They will get the one out to Ferguson. Not risking a run out just as of yet. I'm stuck in Mauritius with no cable, missing the final, but this guy's commentary is fantastic. Thank you. Says in Spockter, thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated you being here for this matchup. We did cover that South Africa versus New Zealand semi-final. Was absolutely incredible. Although I would have liked a closer game, and I feel like in this case for New Zealand to have a close game now, they would have to really fire with the bat or tie down that Indian run rate. Hit down the ground. Samson takes the single once more. 3 singles so far off the Santner over. Economical for the Kiwi skipper. If Samson scores another 80 to 100 today, do you think he could be the player of the tournament? He'd have to be right up there, right? Even without an 80 to 100 here, just with the innings that he's had, that match-winning innings up against the West Indies, the way he was able to control the game. He's right up there for runs scored throughout the comp as well. Bit full from Santner, work to the leg side, hit to the deep for just another single. Most runs at the moment, although to be fair, I didn't realise how far up Farn was. He's actually got 383 runs. But Samson has done it in the big matches and he averages 90. So, you know, to have a World Cup, you definitely have to, or like to have the player of the tournament, you have to look at who's made it further. Pakistan not making it out of the round of Super 8. So, yeah, I think Samson would definitely have to be high up on that list of nominees. Now Santner, a dot ball. Off the 5th of his over, now just the 1 ball remaining in the over. Pitched up, and again hit down the ground. Brilliant over from Mitch Santner, only going for the 5 runs off it. And it will be 115 for 1. New Zealand slowly trying to tie back that run rate. How many spin options has India got? They've got Chakravarti. They've got Akshar Patel. They've got, who else bowls a little bit of spin? They've got one more spinner, right? And they're one of the guys who could bowl a little bit of part-time spin. I think this might be a spinner's track, much to both sides' slight surprise. The crowd are absolutely loving it at the moment. Now it will be Jimmy Neesham. He is a man who will either go for less than 10 or go for 25. Well, it ain't going to be Duffy. So here's Dame set match. I don't think they must sack Rassi in rugby. No. We have there. Santner is bowling at a very low pace. Yeah, he's taken pace off. Something that Matt Henry tried to do, wasn't hugely successful in doing so. But still something that as a tactic New Zealand may be looking at. Oh, it's hit in the air, off the outside edge, and with the short boundary out there, it's going to go close to the boundary rope. Fielded by Allen, the big throw from Ferguson. India get back for 2. Really is a good defensive bowler. That one drawback, he don't take too many wickets. Yeah, although in T20, it's a little bit of a tricky argument, isn't it? For how many wickets compared to economy rate is the right payoff type of thing. Like Mitch Santner, I would think if he can get through his 4 overs and only go for 22 runs, 25 runs, that may be more crucial for New Zealand. Oh, beautifully worked. Yorker middle stump from Jimmy Neesham, but the absolute world class of Samson to be able to play that with the angle of the bat down to third man for 4. It shows a side and a batsman in form. That it's coming back. Oh no, it was just outside off stump in fact, so that was probably the perfect shot for it from Samson. I thought it came back a little bit more initially, but just perfectly played. Glides it down to third man. You can see the frustration for Santner there. Looks like New Zealand. Still the 2 men down the ground. One at deep point. Deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. Pitched up. Hit towards the leg side. Should be just kept to 1. Out to Ravindra in the deep. Can you bat and bowl, Hamish? I'd like to consider myself as an all-rounder, but I don't get to bowl in matches pretty much ever. A team that I play for have like enough bowlers that I'm very rarely throwing the ball. But I can bowl if needed. Can do a little bit of medium pace, or I also can bowl off or leg spin. I think that was something that as a younger cricket player I tried to have as the option of just being able to bowl a bit of everything. Yeah, I don't really need to. Are you not watching live? I am at the moment. It's 122 for 1 at the moment off 9.3. Pitched up. Oh, misfield from New Zealand. That is the last thing they can afford. Hit through cut. Or hit through point, I should say. For another boundary. A bit disappointed with the Black Caps today. They haven't quite got their tactics right, I don't think. Those early wides were a bit of a concern in the power play. Though they haven't bowled too many wides since. It's a great shot. Just the full swing of the bat there. And just sneaking underneath Rachin Ravindra to race away for 4. Neesham so far going for the 13 runs. Remember what I said at the start of this over? How he can either go for less than 10 or 25. That would actually mean... Oh, no, he's only gone for 11. I was about to say that would mean he has to go for 2 more 6s here, which wouldn't be ideal. Oh, trying to hit that one a bit too hard. This will be a run-out opportunity here for New Zealand, but bit of a misfield. Will be kept to the single. Why couldn't New Zealand bowl like this in the semi-final? Tell you what, if they did, I think that matchup against South Africa could have looked very different. Good afternoon, mate. Says Flesh, welcome in. You are doing extremely well. And yeah, I hope you're excited for that last round of the Six Nations. Should be an interesting game between the Welsh and the Italians. And it's a bit of a tricky one now because everyone's getting behind Italy. But Wales, it would be great to see them pick up their first win of the comp too. Run rate still at just under 13 and over for the Indian side. Pitched up outside off stump. Well bowled by Jimmy Neesham to close out his over. It's gone for 12. And New Zealand 127 for 1 with the bowling now. It's a good solid finish to the over. Sampson still waiting to bring up that half century. As you can see, even when, this is considered slightly slow for Sampson with a strike rate of 160, which is absolutely insane to say. Abhishek Sharma, he went out with a strike rate of 247, and Ishan Kishan's come out with a strike rate of over 200 right off the get-go. Will now be on strike, and it's that left-hand, right-hand combination that India offers. A bit similar to what we see for the Kiwis. They've got quite a few left-handers in the mix too. I bet the toilets are getting hammered as well. They'd have to have a lot for 130,000 people. I'm not sure what the rules are around that, but even a place that has a 10,000 stadium has a fair share of them. That one's going to be hit down deep. Too long on, just the single again for Satner. And we have there, what do you think? Can New Zealand still pull this total back? Score predictor is 235. I think New Zealand would actually be quite happy with anything under 250 here. I know that sounds a little bit maybe... I don't know if it sounds negative, but I think that with the way that India started, if New Zealand found out that they were only getting 250, they'd be like, okay, we'll take that. Oh, another misfield there. There's again Rachin Ravindra. And what we have learnt for that man is the ball follows him when he starts making mistakes. We saw that drop catch last week. That game up against, earlier this week, up against South Africa. New Zealand in the chase. Need to play Bumrah wisely. Don't lose wickets against him, says Coding. And yeah, Bumrah, of course, he is a very big bowling threat. He is not the only one who will be taking the wickets for India here, though. Oh, it's in the pocket. Or not in the pocket, in the slot. And hit there for 6. Great shot from Ishan Kishan. Satner just misses his line. He's been bowling so economically and pretty well. But Kishan's 15th tournament 6 there. And we have got there sobering up. Could be worse. I could be an England fan. Fallout is immense up here, and it's great. Says Fleshin. Yeah, people are not happy with Borthwick. 88 metres, so even if it was a long boundary, that was still going over the man's head at deep mid-wicket. Pitched up a little bit more from Satner, trying to get underneath it this time, Kishan, but can only grubber it down the ground for 1. He's building a big high wall. He won't be able to look over it, says Bruce, and chasing 250 in India, or in a final in India against India, miracle. Even beating India in India for a final is a miracle, though. So no matter what you are chasing, you're always going to be up against it. 130,000 in the stands, cheering for India. New Zealand took that wicket. The crowd went absolutely dead silent. I don't think anyone was clapping for it up until they clapped off the batsman for getting his half century. Another dot. Hope your team lose, says Mohadeen. It would only be fair after the way that they beat South Africa, wouldn't it? I think I'm left to change to my dad's device, says Kyle. Now ready to strike this ball again. Satner. Sitting 9 runs off the over. It's a good finish, just the 1 run. Samson brings up a quick fire half century off 33 balls. That kind of puts into perspective just how quick that Finn Allen century was, though. The fact that he was able to bring up double the runs, and Samson hasn't looked like he's been going slow here. I hope you win. Hamish says, Mohadeen, are you satisfied with Satner's captaincy throughout the tourney? He's been criticised a lot, but it's one of those ones that it's very hard being a captain in these type of conditions. And I'd say that he's had some good moments, Satner. He's had some rough ones, but so far it hasn't really cost New Zealand up till this stage. Like, they lost to England, but they still won their semi-final, made their way through. But, like, once again, I mentioned about it earlier on during that power play. It's very easy for us to sit here and say that was the wrong choice. Like, being here watching, but being in the atmosphere, 130,000 screaming for the other team, like, that has to be insane pressure and something that a lot of these New Zealand players will never feel again. Now, shot there, bringing Ferguson back into the bowling attack, and he is hit to the leg side for 6. Samson, he normally has a little bit of a reset after reaching his half century, but in this case, he's seen the ball there to Tonk, and he's given it a whack to the leg side. What time is South Africa Sevens playing? They are playing at around 9:30 a.m., I believe it is. And we have got there, Did Your Dad Do YouTube channel? He has been on the YouTube channel before. One thing I can tell you, Hamish, this pitch is a road because due to 2023 heartbreak, India has prepared a red soil pitch. Now pitched up, down the ground, straight back over Ferguson's head. It's back-to-back sixes. India are loving pace here. Is there any cut or swing? Not a whole lot of it. Duffy got a little bit early on, but now it just seems to be see ball, hit ball for India. Are you up late, mate? I am, although I haven't really been to sleep that much. We covered all the games of the Six Nations. So pretty much yesterday we covered live streams from 7 p.m. New Zealand time right through to about 3 p.m. in the afternoon the next day with Six Nations Super Rugby on and off. And we've got the same kind of day today as well. After this live stream is finished, we've got about an hour and a half, then we're straight into Sevens, which will be running from about 7:30 a.m. New Zealand time through to around 4 p.m. So sleep has been optional this weekend, I have to say, but somehow we're still awake. We're still functioning, kind of, a little bit. But it's a great couple shots down the ground from Sanju Samson to now go from 50 off 33 to 63 off 36. Why you do 25 p.m. for the rugby? So here's Mohadeen. Which one? Is in like the Super Rugby Pacific game? Oh, another good shot down the ground. And no one down there. I think that's almost gone all the way for Abhishek Sharma. Indeed it has. 3 sixes off the Lockie Ferguson over off his 1.4 overs. Can Lockie reach a century today? I think he might get there. To be fair, if they keep on striking him the way that they are, that's a flat attacking 6 from Abhishek Sharma. You know how I mentioned New Zealand would be happy with 250? They will 100% be happy with 250 now if the Indian side only get to it. 19 off the Ferguson over. Oh, whack down the ground for just the one. How can I watch it? Whereabouts are you in the world? Do let me know. Kiwi batters will know they play through the line. So here's the Vanguard. Yeah, a lot of runs come down the ground for this Indian team. Kishan is now sitting as the second most runs in this T20 World Cup. Samson sitting in third, just the 2 runs behind Kishan. And it says 9:33 p.m. South African. Says Mohadeen. I believe it was initially going to be 10:33 South African time. I think it was 9:33 a.m. New Zealand time. Could be wrong, though, if they have done a little bit of rescheduling. Now Ferguson. It's hit down the ground, over the head of the man at mid-off, and it is a boundary to close out the Ferguson over. He has gone for 24 off both of his overs. All the good work from Satner is ruined by Lockie Ferguson's over. Thank you for commentating the game. I thought you just covered rugby. Thank you so much. No worries at all. We did used to do a lot of cricket on the channel. In fact, it used to be about 50-50 with rugby. We had a few copyright issues with cricket in the past in terms of false strikes, which did make it very difficult to be able to cover the games. But I'm hoping that we will be able to do that New Zealand versus South Africa T20 series just around the corner as well. What a joke. Got to laugh, it's that ridiculous, says Daniel. Yeah, the strategy from New Zealand has been a little bit rough, but the batting from India has once again been world class. Like, this is exactly what they did in their match up against England, although just a little bit slower off the get-go for them in that game up against the English. New Zealand are now $11 underdogs, and there's still a long way to go in this matchup. That one's hit down the ground. No run taken, though. Dot balls at the moment will feel as good as wickets for the Black Caps. They bowling in the slot, says YZ. So you changing the time? No. If they've changed the time of the game, then I will, of course, have to change later on. But if it's still the same time as it initially was going to be, then we'll still cover it at the same time. Just for India here, putting it into perspective. After 15 overs, they had 177 up against England. They might have that by the end of this over. Are they bowling in the slot, says YZ. Matt Henry, that one is in the slot and hit into the crowd. No boundary in world cricket is big enough to stop Ishan Kishan from hitting that one all the way. He moves up to 40 runs of 16 balls with a strike rate of close to 260. In fact, it's 250 on the dot at the moment for him. Yes, they change it. Says Mahadina, where's your beer? Says Negi there. I feel like having a beer at 3:30 a.m. as stressful as this would be for a lot of New Zealanders when I've still got another about 8 hours of streaming after this. Probably not the best idea. May as well be underarm pitching it to them. Says Daniel, it's a T20 World Cup final, but what are your views on Dave Rennie as the All Blacks coach? I think it will be an interesting choice. And, it's very easy for people to think he's not going to go good now because of his recent coaching record, but at the end of the day, he hasn't coached the All Blacks yet. Dr. Pitch, says the Vanguard. Although the thing is, both of these sides will bet on it. So theoretically, with India hitting the way that they are here, New Zealand should be able to do the same. But whether or not they can could be a different story. 70 or 32, though, the second wicket partnership. India for the win, says Ronaldo, and at the moment they are in firm control. 13.44 and over throughout this matchup up till this stage, and there are still plenty more overs to go in this T20 final. Just flick to the leg side. Bounces a couple times before reaching Ferguson, or in fact it was Chapman in the deep. Like I mentioned, those dot balls are so critical for New Zealand at this stage, or so crucial, because they are not happening too often. We are seeing a lot of those singles getting worked there. So even on balls where New Zealand are doing nicely, they're still getting punished a little bit by just those extra runs coming along. I think Dave Rennie is irrelevant. If the players don't stand up and perform, then the coach is not going to matter. Says Daniel, that is a very good point. And there were a few players under Razor who really did need to step up off the toe end of the bat. It's gone in the air, but again, it falls short of Chapman in the deep. Just seems like at the moment, India are either hitting the ball about 85 plus meters, or they're only hitting it maybe about 40 or 50, and it's just not going as catching opportunities in the deep for the Black Caps fielders. 169 and 109 to match. And my blood pressure says Kiwi off the grid. We're not having a big bride today, and India has slow bowlers. Kiwis don't, says the Vanguard. Well, New Zealand do have spin options in this case, and I feel like they're trying to get through a few of the players here. New Zealand could have had a spinner, but they didn't. They have a spinner, but they could have had another one in McConkey, but they decided to take him out for Jacob Duffy. That is a decision that New Zealand, I feel, will come to regret. A few more spin overs wouldn't have been a bad thing, but Henry goes for 10. Reaction time, 0.2 seconds for Tim Seifert to be able to take that catch of Abhishek Sharma, which feels like an eternity ago. The Aussie cousins at Amazing, and the same stadium in the ODI World Cup, says Neji there. Just drinks getting run onto the field at the moment. 13 overs down 171. If New Zealand were to restrict them to only 10 and over from here, India would end up with 251, just short of what they got in the match up against England. I'd say the chance of restricting them to that total, though, would not be that likely. Rachin Ravindra back into the bowling attack. He still has 3 overs. Satner has 1. Phillips has 3. We could see New Zealand close out completely with spin, although after that Matt Henry over, they may consider giving him another. After a couple more, well, a middle over was expensive from Henry. His other two have been solid. I'm not happy with these pitches for final, at least for bowlers. Also, help should be there. What you feel? It is nice to see like a pitch where a bowler is rewarded, but at the same time, I guess in this case, they're trying their best to have it that anyone who's outside of like a regular cricket viewer can watch this and go, wow, this is like a lot of runs. This is what we like to see. And maybe that's the way they're trying to get people into it. Plus, they just didn't want a low-scoring final. So if you have a road down, it's going to result in a lot of runs. Now out wide, reaching for it, comes off the cue end. But still gets the single for it, Sampson. He moves up to 70 runs. More than enough time for that man to still be able to bring up his century. Are we looking at a 300? I think we're looking at a 280. Looks like a concrete pitch, says YZ. And that's where New Zealand had to be very smart with how they bat. It's not India for the win, it's New Zealand for the loss, says Daniel. Now Rachin Ravindra. Third ball of the over outside off stump. Just a hoik shot to the leg side. It was not pretty, but it will result in one run for Ishan Kishan. Through the head back. I don't even know if he saw himself make contact with the ball. Now Hardy tried to hit that one as a West Indian. It's India for the win, says Ronaldo there. Yeah, it is India's tournament to lose. And heading into that Super 8, a lot of people would have said the same thing. South Africa were on that winning streak, but there was always that chance that India were going to be in this final. And it was going to take a big effort from whoever plays them. Great shot down the ground. Sampson hits another 6, picks it up early, and just a little bit over pitch from Rachin Ravindra. But at the end of the day, where do you pitch it when Sampson is hitting it like this? That is now 100 tournament sixes for India. And that is just in the slot. 89 metres straight. Maybe Borthwick is going to meet Razor in the queue at the job centre. I think Razor's going to take Borthwick's job. It may not be this year, but I think heading into the World Cup, England would be smart to get Scott Robertson into the helm. Rocking back there, Sampson waited for it perfectly, and that is another massive 6. I just got here. This is crazy. After the New Zealand-South Africa game, it's almost in reverse. New Zealand will heavily rely on the openers if they want a chance to win, says Abdul. And I'm listening to your commentary and relaying your opinions to the two Indian mates who think I have suddenly been converted, says Fleshin. Well, they'll be more than happy with what India are doing right here. Sampson almost increasing his strike rate to the 200 mark now. That one is 90 metres. I believe that's the longest of the day. New Zealand bowlers, 7 of them are really trying. I'll be going to bed when Finn Allen gets out, says Highlanders fan. Rachin Ravindra, 14 off his over. See, and then that kind of counter is, or it's the counter argument for what we just kind of said in terms of could they have gone with another spinner? Maybe spinners wouldn't have been the key either. It's just that India are hitting the ball there hard. That is a cover drive. It goes all the way for 6. Power of Sampson on display. And that is now 6 more to close out the Rachin Ravindra over. 20 runs off it. And India 191 for 1. That might be enough of a total already to be able to stop New Zealand from chasing it, but they still get 6 more overs, 36 more balls. And this game is far from over for this Indian batting lineup. Ferguson could have scored a century. Says the Vanguard there. India smashing New Zealand out of the parquet. And 100%. Robbo takes Borthwick's job if the RFU are smart, but they ain't, thankfully. Says Fletcher. Yeah, because I think Razor's not allowed a head coaching role for the next 12 months after getting sacked by New Zealand, which seems pretty rough when you've been sacked. But I don't think there's anything about him not being allowed to be an assistant coach or in the coaching fray for a team. So even if England end up with just a guy out there for now who seems like he's the head coach and Razor does the pulling of the strings behind the scenes, takes over before the World Cup, it would be a pretty intriguing one. It's actually sad at this point. India have won this World Cup. I would just have to say it. They are too good for us. We have done good to make the final. And since Sampson joined the team, they are a completely different side. He's an incredible batsman. To come into the starting lineup, the thing is, Rohit Sharma, absolutely world-class player, right? But you could occasionally get him out early. Sampson has shown very rare opportunity to do just that. As soon as he is in for the long run. And, it was talked about earlier on, player of the tournament nomination. I think he's player of the tournament here. With the amount of time that's remaining, he could get close to 150 on the board for himself, let alone India. 280, 290 for the target, says Ronaldo. And I guess this is where someone who is into the stats would have to help me out. What is the largest total set in a T20 World Cup final? Does anyone know? Because it's got to be a lot, right? But maybe not this much. 320 runs, New Zealand out of this game. It feels like a feat match. Duffy been so poor. Ferguson been poor, says Highlanders fan. Who was it earlier on that was telling me Ferguson was going to be the man who tears through this whole World Cup? Because up till this stage, he's had some very good matches, but obviously the pressure of a final has once again got to him. And the pressure in general, I should clarify, not just for a final. New Zealand have only been in one. The highest total in a men's T20 World Cup is 176, scored by India against South Africa in the 2024 final. So India already have that. And they have now another 6 overs to try and keep on going. Indian batsman on fire, says Brian. Fennellan getting 180 not out. Now Satner back into the attack. Current run rate of over 13 and over for India still at this stage. Now outside edge, fielded on the ring. And that is the first stop ball in what feels like a long time. Others bad, we need new bowlers, says BTW Padza. Yeah, it's not the best performance at the moment from the Kiwis. 263 is the predicted total. I think New Zealand would honestly take that. But still got a few more overs of spin. A Matt Henry over still to come. Having Milne injured is big. Says Highlands fan. Oh, big shot there to leg side. Just throws his hands at it. And he gets it all the way for 6 there. Ishan Kishan, 55 of 21 balls. He brings up his half century. Or does he? I believe it is his half century. They haven't given him credit for the runs yet. Does Rennie and Tony Brown get on well? I think that Joseph and Brown get on better. It's the best batting as a team ever seen, says Ralph there. Oh no, sorry, he's on 49. My apologies. I got too early. He moves up to 49 now. So he still needs one more to get his half century. Reverse shot, tries it. He's asked for the wide, but when he plays a shot like that, you can't really blame the umpire for not giving him one. Bring back Richard Hadley, says Mr. Travel Hub. Are you going to do some IPL matches? Probably not. Only because of the fact that they do overlap with quite a few of the other competitions that we cover on the channel. So in theory, New Zealand could win the T20 World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, and the Rugby World Cup 2027. Pitched up and worked down the ground. The windmill shot from Ishan Kishan to bring up what has been an impressive half century here again. 50 off 23. Him and Samson at the moment, they are in a race for the most runs in this T20 competition. Although ahead of them, there is still the Pakistani player. Both been trying to catch him. Pitch is flat. As Al says, very flat pitch. Good run scoring one. But it's whether or not New Zealand can take their opportunities with the bat in hand. This is my dad's device. Says Kyle Julius there. New Zealand have a match winner in Daryl Mitchell. India also has to deal with the dew factor. Although the field has been sprayed with a lot of their anti-dew material or anti-dew spray to try and stop the dew from being a factor in this contest. So I don't think dew in the second innings is actually going to be as heavy of a factor as what it could have been. Can New Zealand chase or game is over? It's hard to tell, but I just think this is too many runs. You know, you can't almost concede 200 after 15 overs. Highest score by a batter in a World Cup final. Oh, I'm not sure of an individual batter, but this is already the most we have seen off the bat in general for a side. What a shot down the ground. Ishan Kishan flicks the wrist, hits it straight back over Satner's head, and that brings up now the 200 on the board for this Indian team, up to 203 for 1 after 15 overs. I have faith in our boys. Come on, New Zealand. Says Steady. I'm just wondering if I'll try and poach him after the Rugby World Cup. Says Bruce. Ishan Kishan again just hits the ball hard. He puts his full force into every shot that he plays. And it could have been one of those miracle games like the 4:38 game. Who knows these things? Says Ruby. Steady, I got no faith, says Highlanders fan. This innings as well. It has felt like an eternity for the Black Cats bowlers, and they still have a quarter of it to go. One thing I can tell you, as this will be your last time watching cricket, although to be fair, we are going to be doing the series between New Zealand and South Africa if it works out nicely. Sandru has the highest one in the World Cup final. I think, how many was that, Haino? New Zealand did concede 270 in T20 series in India recently. They didn't go on to win that game though, did they? Was that India batting first or second? See, that's the thing. People will go, oh, New Zealand won the toss. They should have batted first. Oh, that's a big full toss from Jimmy Neesham. It's going to get the wicket, the worst ball of the day. And New Zealand gets Samson out for 89. They'll check it for height to see whether or not it is a no ball. But if this is the way that Samson goes, this will be a very disappointing end to a world-class innings for the Indian opener. They're going to check it. I think it's below the waist, although if there was ever a time that it would be ruled as above, let's be honest, it would be the Samson wicket here. But I believe he is going to be dismissed. 89 off 46. New Zealand, for them, the more crucial part of it is it's a dot ball. Neesham gone, caught by Cole McConkey down the ground. Sometimes the worst balls will get you wickets. Not just sometimes, it's always the worst ball that gets the wickets. Normally it's in lower grades that you see it happen. Samson is celebrated by the crowd. That is the type of ball that should have been smacked for 6, but it was almost too high for him to be able to get underneath it well. Maybe the runs come easy on this pitch today. If Indian team could do it, Black Cats could do it too. Keep the same momentum. Yeah, it would be absolutely incredible. A terrible delivery by Neesham. Bad balls get wickets. Good balls get sixes against them. So, at the end of the day, you take any wicket you can get. And now that he is out, it doesn't get any easier because Hardik Pandya now makes his way out to the middle, who can hit sixes for fun as well. But just looking here, where is it? India versus New Zealand. I want to see, in particular, those scores. New Zealand that was 300 off the 50 over stuff. India got 238 in the first innings up against New Zealand. New Zealand got 225 bowled out when India got 271 in the warm-up game. Or sorry, that wasn't actually the warm-up game, that was the 50-20. Now Neesham pitches it up, Hardik Pandya tries to go down the ground, another dot ball. This is where New Zealand need to make sure they are tight and don't end up giving away huge runs late in this innings. At least New Zealand need to restrict to 250 and give an outside chance. Catch taken by substitute, bring him into the 11. So that was Cole McConkey who managed to take that one at long on. Had to cover 18 metres to get to it and does very cool, calm and collectedly right on that boundary rope. New Zealand cannot come back on this game. It's done and dusted. Oh, short ball and another dot ball. Neesham so far. Wicket, dot, dot. For this over, Proteas must let Cock retire. Time to leave the stage now, says Pomzile. Yeah, and you look at that moment in the game where he called for that catch from keeper going all the way out towards deep fine leg where it looked like a simple catch. I think that was also a big turning point in that game for the South Africans. But, yeah, they just chose the wrong game not to fire, unfortunately. And de Kock, a quick fire 50 from him at the top of the order could have made all the difference in the game for the South Africans. But Jimmy Neesham now charging in after 3 good first balls. Hardik Pandya cuts it away. We'll just get the single. New Zealand can get out of this over with either Kishan going out or only maybe one boundary. I'd say that would be a massive bonus for this Black Cat side. I still believe New Zealand can win it for us. You saw performance before the match? No. I actually missed the before match stuff. They just show a couple little moments of it there, but I got to see the toss onwards was pretty much where I picked up the coverage. Particularly because I was trying to sneak a couple hours of sleep beforehand after the all-nighter from the Sevens yesterday in Six Nations. Now ready to bowl his 4th ball, Neesham. Kishan is striking it so perfectly. Hits it down the ground one-handed. And it's another catch, another wicket. New Zealand take 2 in the Neesham over. It's another full toss as well. Can we get the attendance here? Where's everyone watching from? Christchurch here. Says Neji there. Oh, are you going to the South Africa versus New Zealand T20 match? Neji, since you're located in Christchurch. I believe I'm going to be making the trip to go to that one. But it is another wicket. And this time it is Ishan Kishan who is dismissed. Kishan asking for the no ball, I think. But he's not going to receive it. Nisham, and what has been a really, you'd have to call it a rough over in terms of the way that these dismissals are happening, but just throwing away both of their wickets here, India. Imagine if they had done this 5 overs ago, whether or not there could have been a very different looking total, but now India, they have to regroup. Their captain comes in, Shurakumar, making his way out to the middle. And another bad ball, another wicket. Says Marnus there. Stupid are you on my days? I supported you for so long. Now you are losing, says Future. There is the comeback for the Black Caps. Hamish, I'm about to cry. What should I do? You should chop some onions, because that way you can blame the onions. There you go. Yadav out there in the middle now. 200 on the board when he makes his way out there. I'm sure that the skipper's probably pretty happy with how it sits, but there's still a little bit of work to do. Comeback as Real says steady. Now Nisham, short ball, beautifully worked away to the leg side, or is it fielded in the deep by Rachin Ravindra? Is that a wicket? He's caught 3 wickets in the over. Rachin Ravindra has taken the catch. Yadav is gone for a goldie. He looks so comfortable playing the shot to a man who was in the deep. And just like that, India have lost 3 wickets in 5 balls, or 6 balls in fact. And Rachin Ravindra, a brilliant catch from the Kiwi out on the boundary. And Yadav has gone for a golden duck. I couldn't believe my eyes there. I thought Rachin Ravindra had fielded it off the bounce. But no, he is out for the 0 off 1 ball. And Yadav is gone. The skipper has not had a captain's knock here, but luckily for him, his teammates have done. And that has silenced this Indian crowd. The ball is getting softer. It's harder to score now. Well, cricket was never for New Zealand, ain't it, says Charles. How many runs did Kishan get? He got himself... Oh, sorry, it just says 25 balls there, doesn't it? 54 is how many he managed to get for himself in the end. I will add that in now. There we go. And, but pulling... I'll put a very small amount chopped onion, our homemade sauerkraut. I'm not going to say India are in trouble now, says Marnus. Well, at the end of the day, India still have... This is a defendable total, I believe. 204 runs, although it is a very flat pitch. It's pretty handy, isn't it? The fact that you can have a player make his way off the field for a duck, Yadav, who's ranked 7th in the ICC batting rankings, and then you bring out Talak, who's ranked 6th. Now, outside off stump, another single here for Harik. They may push for 2. No, they just take the 1. But Talak now out in the middle. And it's Talak Varma. We have got there. Hamish, I can invite you to Christchurch Hospital, mate. If you feel some uncomfort, says Charles. As in, like, while I'm in Christchurch. New Zealand require another Nisham over to make this match interesting. Yeah, Dove, you can see how much frustration he had there. Because he actually timed it really well. He middled it as well as I think he almost could have. But just hit it straight to Rachin Ravindra. But saying that, it's really $200. Go $42.15. New Zealand down to $9 underdogs. That is still a hefty underdog in this case, though. Duffy, ball hit in the air. Oh, misfield there from Finn Allen. I think he's dropped the ball and he's hurt his hand. Finn Allen, one of the players that New Zealand need to be able to bat, but I think he's just maybe hurt his thumb really badly. It was hit in the air. Oh, it's a drop catch as well for Allen. That makes it worse. Could have been another wicket for New Zealand. And instead, Allen has picked up potentially an injury. He says right on the outside there. That is not a nice place to get hit by the ball. You have very little padding on your hand there. It'll be hit to the leg side. New Zealand unable to take another opportunity, which would have been 4 wickets in about 7 balls. We have got there when Ravindra caught. And he acted like he didn't. Yeah, there was no celebration, which I guess is understandable when you've conceded over 200 runs already. But it seemed like it was, yeah, he just casually caught it, went, yep, all good. And then that was the end of the over. I need to go to Christchurch, says Kiwi Golf Grid. And also we have got there, like if you feel panic or heart attack because of the Black Caps, you may as well come to hospital with me. So the doctor gets cricket out of our minds, says Charles. Now 3-dot balls off the Duffy over. Oh, that's gone off the helmet almost in the end. It's gone up. And chasing down Matt Henry just gets to the ball in time. Brilliant fielding from the Black Caps. Or at least brilliant after that last drop catch. Collapses on. I feel bad for you. Finn got injured, says Charles. Will New Zealand just go out for it? Or go out and go for it? As I don't seem to have anything to lose here. Like, the thing is, I think there's a chance that if they try and play it slightly slower, New Zealand get bowled out. And I think if they try and accelerate, they could get bowled out. So you might as well try and run at 1,000 miles an hour if you are New Zealand and try and get yourself back into the game somewhat early. Because Finn Allen and Tim Seifert, they are the two game changers. Hit to the leg side by Tulloch. This time just the single again. India in a bit of a rebuilding phase. It's been probably about, is it 2 overs since a boundary now for India? Duffy, an economical over of only going for 6 off his first 5 balls. Did Finn Allen really get an injury? He was holding his thumb, but I don't think he's properly injured, which is good news for the Black Caps because they will need him to fire at the top of the order. New Zealand has to smash. It's that simple. Outside off stump. Hardik Pandya hits a 1. And that'll be the end of the over here. 7 off it for Duffy. And India 211 for 7. Oh, sorry, 211 for 4. I feel safe with you. I will watch live with you because when I watched the match, I got shocked. Says Charles. I want New Zealand to win it for us South Africans. Says Denzel, and it is going to take a massive run chase if New Zealand want to get anywhere near the total that we've seen India post in this match. But ever since Kishan and Samson have gone out, that run rate has really slowed down. During the acceleration period, New Zealand have ended up pulling the run rate right back to 6.67 from the last 3 overs. And 20 for 3 is the way that it's sat. Nation with the best figures, going for 1 run and getting 3 wickets throughout his over. He is going to be bowling again. Currently 2 overs bowled, 3 for 13. We're hoping to tune in later for the 7's. Going to make another batch of yogurt. You're my greatest friend on YouTube. I love you, mate. I think first time I met you was in 2024, says Charles. It is always awesome hearing when people found the channel and how long, like, some of you guys have been sticking around. Because, like, I still think some people surely by now would have gotten sick of me. Because we do that many hours during the weekends that, you know, you got to get sick of the voice eventually, right? Oh, another dot ball. Well bowled by Neesham. Just going back and having a quick look at India versus England. India, after 17 overs, were 205 for 4. So they've been in this similar position in another match, and they still went on to post 253. These two just seem like they're getting themselves set here. How many overs thus far? Listening on the drive, or listening on the phone while driving, can't check now. So currently 17 overs gone in this match. New Zealand have 3 to go. Neesham, 5 balls remaining of his over. Shorter ball, hit to the leg side by Hardik Pandya. Do we say it now that it seems like since those wickets it's gotten harder to bat, or is it just New Zealand are bowling better? Because if it's gotten harder to bat, I can tell you right now New Zealand will not be enjoying that second innings if that's the case, although it is supposed to get easier with the dew, although they'll put a lot of anti-dew spray down, try and stop that from happening. I wish you were my neighbour, says Charles. If India don't score 250, New Zealand can do it, says Denzel. Jimmy Neesham, 6th player to feature in 100 T20 Internationals for the Kiwis. He's showing all of that experience here with how he's bowled. To be fair, though, he also did bowl 2 big full tosses that got wickets. So it just shows, no matter what, all shorter ball, hit down the ground. It could be a tight run. New Zealand decide against the throw. Last thing you want is to hit the stumps and have it deflect for 4 and break this drought of boundaries for India here. Although you feel like it's only a matter of time. We'll just look quickly. Last boundary came 14 balls ago for India. And we have to calm down, Kiwis. It's just a sport that at least I'd be proud we are good at rugby. If New Zealand win, I will cry, says Mr. Black Rugby. Catches at the moment for New Zealand throughout this T20 World Cup is 81.8, and that is one slight bonus that they might have in the second innings, the amount of drops that we have seen from India. Big swing. They can't quite make the connection. It looks like they want to, and they will get back comfortably. It was a mishit. Oh, almost even considered the third. I do think Hamish must be banned on YouTube, says Mohadeen. Do we think Mohadeen must be banned on YouTube? My brother cried when New Zealand lost to England in the 2019 World Cup final. The 2021 T20 World Cup, says Charles, that ODI one was heartbreaking for the Kiwis. I know a lot of people who stayed up overnight. I was one of them. It's through to about 7 a.m. in the morning, just to then lose in the final moment. A well batters pitch, India just batting well, while the Black Cats bowling poor. I think that India were batting absolutely brilliantly early on. Now they've started to bring it back. That's a great shot, though, too short from Nisham, although doesn't go too far. A big diving effort. It may have just about gone for 6 for Hardik Pandya. Slower ball from Nisham. Does it carry all the way? I think they're just going to be checking it. A big diving effort from Phillips. It is just the 4. And that is the first boundary. And 16 balls. Hardik Pandya picked up the length. Does go after it. A huge diving effort. Almost a fingertip to it for Glenn Phillips. But just can't quite get there. Tell you what. 95... In fact, 99 of players around the world wouldn't have even gotten anywhere near that ball. And Glenn Phillips made it look like a catching chance. I really think it's because the ball is softer, so it's difficult to time the ball, says YZ. Can't lie, Hamish, New Zealand, I cook, says Charles. Hamish, did you see that Brett Randall took 5 wickets and 5 balls for Central against Northland yesterday? I did not. Did he get a hat-trick, Gary, or was it 2 wickets, something else, then... Oh, no, he would have had to have a hat-trick, actually. Was it a double hat-trick, I guess, was my better question. And down the ground for 1. Nisham, still a pretty solid over, only the 9 runs off it, which at this stage, again, is very good from New Zealand. And now we find India in a similar position to what they were in their game up against England. Again, we're referring back to that match, but we do have to, as it is the best way of comparison just for now. But India, after the 18 overs in their match up against England, were 217 for 5. They actually did lose a wicket in the over. And that was when Doobie went in and had a bit of a whack. And also, if New Zealand win, I'm going to rub it in at work. I told my Indian friend, says Steady, and yes, a double hat trick. Jeez, that's going to put him in some sort of, or put him on some sort of honours board, surely. This is excellent by New Zealand, but I fear too many runs scored with Bumrah, says Coding. Can New Zealand chase this, says Charles? Going to be tough. Randall first wicket was at the end of his second over. I got 4 consecutive wickets to start his next over. Oh, geez. So is that still a double hat-trick or is that a triple hat-trick? Because I know that normally, is it 4 wickets as a double hat-trick? By technicality, Matt Henry back into the bowling attack. Big full ball has been hit hard and over the boundary rope for 6. Henry missing his length. And a great shot from Hardik Pandya, who even though he was off to a bit of a slower start, is still finding himself on 18 runs off 12 balls. He got 7 for 25. Are you going to buy everyone a car if New Zealand win? No, I don't think I'll be able to afford that. Even toy cars I wouldn't be able to afford. I don't let the son of an owl bowl. Jacob Duffy says, Charles... Some would be saying the same about Matt Henry after that first big full toss towards Hardik Pandya. It is considered a triple hat-trick, says Alan. So yeah, quite an accomplishment, something that, that's gone high. Chance here for New Zealand. And it's a take from Satner. They didn't even show the catch. They showed the Indian batsman running off. That was a bit of weird camera work there, but a great bit of work from Satner under the ball. And it is now the 5th wicket for India. Similar to what happened last time round, although it brings in Doobie. And that's not exactly a good thing for New Zealand because he can strike a 6 from the very first ball that he faces, but it's a safe take from Satner. Hardik Pandya's gone. And India now sitting 226 for 4. And he's frustrated about it too, Hardik Pandya. Being able to quite cash in out there today, but still over the 100 strike rate. And here comes Doobie. I always say his name wrong for a start. I say it like Jamie Dobie, the Scottish rugby player. How many balls do India have? They still have another 10 balls remaining here. And maybe we'll see a classic like South Africa chasing down that huge Australia 50 over one-dayer, says Roger. Cole McConkey should have played, says Charles. He did take that nice catch in the deep. Sanju Samson hit 8 sixes. Yeah, so it's going to take a lot. And New Zealand do need someone to really fire big time to be able to kind of match what India have done. What's your prediction? Can Black Caps chase? It's too early for now to tell. I would say that if they can restrict India to under 250 from here, they've done incredibly well. Because India looked like they were destined for 280, 290 at one stage throughout this inning. So, if they can restrict them to 250 or less, I think New Zealand would say, look, boys, we didn't bowl our best, but boy, it could have been worse. Now, Dobie, controlled shot from Mr. Dobie there. Just takes the single. That's something we're not used to seeing. Normally, he tries to hit a 6 from his very first ball, but decides against it there. It was the slightly shorter delivery from Matt Henry. And Satney ended up taking the catch at mid-off. It's not impossible for New Zealand, says Ruby. Well, the one bit for New Zealand that's a bonus is they've watched England almost chase down a total. New Zealand bowling pies. Pies sometimes get wickets, though. Look at Jimmy Neesham's over. Out wide. Well played. It's going to be a single opportunity, bit of a misfield. Seems like it's still a bit slippery in the field, which may not bode well for India as their catching has been the lowest in this tournament that it has been, I believe, in a very long time. Lockie Ferguson was a fraud today. New Zealand can hit 2 runs for every ball. With the odd 6 here and there. They can win it for us, South Africa, says Denzel, and thanks for the English commentary. No worries at all. I thoroughly enjoyed covering that last game. Another shorter ball from Matt Henry. That seems to be the tactic at the moment from the Kiwis. Does result in another single. India, they were 237 for 6 in the 19th over of their game up against England. What's the current required run rate that New Zealand need to post? Currently, New Zealand would need about 12.3 and over. Somewhere around there. So, yeah, that will change a bit. But honestly, if New Zealand need 12 and over heading into the second innings, it's possibly closer than some would think. Nice shot down the ground. Didn't get all of it, though. It's in the air. It does bounce short. Neesham has a bit of a misfield, so they'll come back for 2, but it ends the Matt Henry over. Goes for 11. And that will be the end of Henry's bowling. He gets 49 runs scored off him. 1 wicket taken, but it was a crucial one. It's quite interesting, though, for Matt Henry, because if you take away that really expensive over in the middle, he's actually had 3 pretty economical ones. You're one of the best commentators. Keep it up, mate. I know it's hard to see our team performing bad, but even in under pressure, you can do perfect commentary. Keep it up, mate. You're fabulous again. Last 24 balls, we've seen 28 runs from India. 4 wickets. Only 1 4 and 1 6. So 24 balls, 2 boundaries from India. This is the last over, though, and Dobie is on strike. This is the type of player who you want to have when 6 balls are remaining. Neesham, the man who was bowling to him. I was about to say 30 could be on the cards here for this over, but that sounds a bit harsh to Neesham after the way that he has bowled. Although Dobie, if he gets a full toss, he's going to slot it away for 6 every day of the week. Let's go. The Black Caps, says Dale. This game is already over. India have won this, says Blessed. Now 231 for 5. New Zealand requiring a strong over here. Less than 19 would mean 250 is what they have to chase. England got 246 up against India in the semi-final to lose by 7. Who will take down Bumrah, says Blessed. But yeah, see, that's the situation. I feel like in the Kiwis' case, Bumrah is the Satner in this scenario. Satner was very economical, or he was pretty economical, I should say. Hit in the air. Dobie goes high. Has he got enough of it? Doesn't look like he's trying to go for that overhead catch. New Zealand still goes for 4 and has smacked the player in the face. Neesham a little bit frustrated, but it was a great effort in the deep. We see it there. It was Mitch Satner chasing after it. And almost a chance to get rid of Dobie. Hits it in the air. Doesn't time it at all. Satner one-handed attempt at it. Doesn't get the finger to it. And then it smacks him in the eye to then roll over the rope. So that's actually the second time New Zealand have gone for a catch. Haven't quite got to it. And had it go to the boundary rope because of it. Love your commentary, no matter what sport you do, says Hannah. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. And of course, we've still got plenty more coming up today as well. We have got the 7 semi-finals as well as a few other games of the 7s already scheduled on the channel that will be taking place in the future. 16 sixes throughout this innings for India. 17 fours. They've almost hit as many sixes as fours throughout the match. Dobie hits that one big, and that one will go into the stands for 6. Like I said, if you want a pinch hitter, you don't look no further than this man. Are you sure your score is correct, Hamish? Isn't it 235 for 4? It is 241 for 5 now. After that wicket of Hardik Pandya, I believe. So Sharma, Sampson, then also Kishan, the quick wicket of Yadav, and then most recently Pandya. Satner, frustrated there. Just on like that with the eyebrow. That is because he got hit in the face with the ball before. 200, 220, I'd say. So I think now, with a batsman like this on strike, 260 still on the cards. New Zealand need to find a way of getting him off strike. Neesham, bowling wide Yorker. Dobie just stands and delivers 6 more. He is doing exactly as I thought he might. Finn Allen needs to play some good cricket. He needs to play some great cricket. He needs to play his best cricket. Now India have got more 6s than 4s in this innings, but Dobie again stands and delivers so much power from this man. Neesham is probably unsure of where to bowl. India bowling collapse, please, says Mr. Black Rugby. I think Neesham needs to take a leaf out of Matt Henry's book and bang it in a little bit shorter. Time for Kamate, says Henry, but 3 back-to-back boundaries from Dobie in this over. Had that ball not gone for 4 off that first delivery from the misfield, had they kept it to 3, how different this over could have looked. Tulloch at the other end only sitting on 8 off 6. Dobie now moves up to 18 off 5. Neesham pitches it up. It's worked away to leg side. And it's 6 more for Dobie. I still believe in New Zealand. This over's killing them, though. 2 more balls remaining. It is actually 4 runs, sorry. The one bouncer was down leg side from Neesham. He did try the shorter delivery, but just gifting runs when it's that far down leg. All we need are for 4 or 5 bowlers to perform. Says Kiwi there. India will finish with 254. I think they'd be disappointed to finish with that from here. I think 261 well and truly on the cards. 2 more boundaries for Dobie could take place. Neesham's gone from hero from the last over to feeling 0 here with 20 runs off his 4 balls. New Zealand changing their field again. Why no Yorkers? He tried a Yorker. He missed his length slightly. Dobie still hit it for 6. And now we lost, says Mr. Black Rugby. This over has changed the game again. We talk about momentum. New Zealand had it. India have taken it firmly back. Down the leg side, it hits the leg of Dobie. He turns down the run. He says, I'm going to get the job done off the final ball. 251 on the board. New Zealand are going to have to do what we saw England almost do in the last match. We're seeing here the boundaries. How old are you, Hamish? If you don't mind me asking, reason for asking, I've got to say, Hamish, when will cricket or rugby New Zealand invite you to interview as a commentator? You beat the hell of a lot of them, says Roger. So I am 26. But I don't see a call up coming anytime soon. Mainly because I just don't know what I'd say during an actual broadcast without the chat. I feel like I've gotten that used to it. We've been doing this for almost 6 years. Now, shorter ball. Dobie hits it down the ground, pierces the gap, gets 4 runs, 255 for India. Would New Zealand be happy with that? I think they'd be disappointed with 24 off the last over from Neesham, but they'd probably be happy enough with 255 in total from this innings, as it could have been much worse. But Dobie does what Dobie does, and he gets the massive last over for this India side. That's Mitch Satner drop hurt us. I don't think you call that a drop. I think that the Finn Allen one was definitely a drop. But what Satner in that case should have done, rather than diving out for it, would have just let it bounce and then throw it back in. And it's the same with Chapman, you know. They wanted to get that ball, though. The desperation to try and reach out did hurt Chapman and Satner. In the case, it's power hitting. It's power hitting at its finest. Not often do you see a side have the same amount of 6s as they have 4s But in this scenario, India, I believe that is the way that it has worked out here. Finn Allen, Glenn Phillips, Tim Seifert. 3 key men for New Zealand in this run chase. But 255 has been massive, really bad over from Neesham. It kind of averages out, though. His economy wasn't terrible for the day in the end, Jimmy Neesham. I ended up with 11.5 per over, which honestly, when you look at the scoreboard, isn't the worst. It's just they needed to get Doobie off strike. But Doobie did what Doobie does. I beg to differ, man. You'll make a great commentator. I'm positive you'll be able to prepare yourself anyhow. Really splendid commentary, mate. Thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated. And New Zealand would have to put up the highest they've ever scored, not happening. Well, already this is the highest T20 total by an extra about 80 runs. From what someone said earlier on. How many balls left? The overs are now done for India. And now New Zealand, they have a chase of a lifetime. Great commentary, says Bless. Thank you very much. And can Lockie bowl the last over? He could have, but he had gone for 46 or 48 off his 2 overs. So, to be fair, he was averaging 24 and over, so it would have been the same as his first 2. What on earth did New Zealand, or why on earth did New Zealand bowl first? Says Saram, the main reason behind it, which I know is easy to say now that India have 255, but New Zealand have not lost a game in this T20 World Cup chasing. They've only lost when they've tried to set totals, New Zealand. So, in this case, India have always won when batting first, but New Zealand have always won while batting second. So New Zealand doing what they feel comfortable doing, and that is bowling first, batting after. Finn Allen needs to play as one of his best innings. Well, do you know what the crazy thing is? 100 off 33 balls would be absolutely fantastic for New Zealand if Finn Allen was able to replicate that again. But New Zealand theoretically could still be 50 runs short with an innings like that. Doobie is a freak. Only 1% of New Zealand to chase this down, says Andrew. And chasing great part 2 incoming. Hammy does what Hammy does, says Gary there. And who will be the beefle for New Zealand? I think Seifert and Allen need to have at least 150 opening partnership. And Hammy's just going to cry if New Zealand lose. I probably won't because, look at the scoreboard. At the end of the day, India have batted extremely well. I'm a South African, a glass half full type of guy. So I'd love to see the Black Caps reach the target. A classic coming up, mark my words, says Roger. Yeah, there are 2 things that are going to happen here. Either we see a miraculous victory for the Black Caps chasing down what would be the biggest total chase down in a World Cup, let alone a World Cup final, or we would see India, I believe, bowl New Zealand out. New Zealand don't really have too many other options than to just keep on throwing caution to the wind and either get the runs or be bowled out trying. New Zealand should be proud of their performance irrespective of the result, says Coding. And New Zealand will hit a 4 on the last ball, total 257. So here's my travel hub. I can give you some dad jokes to fill in this, or to fill in during your shift at Sky Sports, says Name Set Match. I just wonder why I kept on chuckling while doing the commentary. It'll be while I'm on my phone looking at the dad jokes. How many games did you do from Friday till today? It's been a lot. I don't even really know. I can check, but it's been a hectic old period on the channel thus far. I think Satner should bat at 3. He's very late in the order, says Coding. Yeah, although at the same time, I feel like it depends on the role that they need him to play. You know, coming out early and going out wouldn't really benefit the Black Cats. If he went out and hit a quick fire 50, that would be ideal, but he may also be needed in those later overs. So looking through at the moment. What do we got? Got that one there. Hang on, I got to scroll through. So since Friday, we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 live streams since Friday, 7:05 p.m. And that's 16 almost more hours than I have got in sleep. I still believe we can do it, says Jordan there. 300 was a possible score for India if Sanju didn't get out. Only 94 chance to win. I think 99.9% winning chance, says Xander. And come on, Kiwis, we can win this with 2 quick-fire centuries needed. Well, the interesting part here is for the Black Caps, right? You've got that scenario how if they do what they did up against South Africa, and they pretty much have to, right? But if New Zealand were 173 for 1 after 13 overs, they would then still need 84 more runs, or 85, well, might be a little bit less than that, but around 83 more runs in 7 overs. And hate is such a harsh word. How can you hate someone you don't know? How can you hate anyone for sport anyhow? And also we have got there, is Glenn Phillips injured? His only over was good. No, they just bowled him once and then ditched him, which was a bit confusing. We have got there, would you have batted or bowled first? I would have bowled first. I think that New Zealand, they have done that throughout the rest of the competition and it has brought them success. Don't get me wrong, India have been a brilliant setting team, but we also have to remember they chased down that score up against the West Indies for their highest ever chase in a T20 World Cup. So I don't think it was going to matter whether it was first or second that India were batting, they were still going to fire. I've had an experience with Nisham in person before. He was very rude. Says Jordan there. And we have got them my birthday gift to see how we're going to win next week. And also we have got their Black Cats have nothing to lose now. Who used the word, I've always hated Nisham, says Jordan. I was wondering where that hate from Roger came from in terms of hate as a harsh word part. I'm with you, New Zealand can still win it. Who's the current champs? India are the current champions. They are defending their throne, signing out. It'd be great to wake up to hear New Zealand won. So hopefully you do manage to get some sleep before, I'd assume, working day on Monday. It's brutal for us here in New Zealand. A lot of people have either gotten up for this game or, up for half of it, then heading back to bed. But some people starting as early as probably 7 a.m., maybe even 6 in New Zealand. But willing to stay up and just hope to see that little bit of history. Arthur and I ain't looking so good right now. See Xavier. Did you cover the Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic yesterday? I did not. That is one thing we didn't cover yesterday, but according to what we've seen, we covered 16 other things on the channel. Henry was crying during, when he did the post-match interview. Are you sure he was crying? Because he was laughing at the end of it. I think he was also sweating profusely, and it's very warm over there for this match. I can bet if McConkey played, would have bowled better than Duffy and contribute with the bat as well, says Coding. Yeah, what did Duffy finish up with? Economy of 14. Pretty expensive in the end for Jacob Duffy there. Do you think we win? I think if they did, it would be absolutely insane. And, it's been talked about the percentage chance of New Zealand going on, and they always say you shouldn't judge a pitch before both teams bat. But New Zealand shouldn't have any more than about a 1% chance of winning this game. Based on India's bowling attack that we've seen thus far. And just to put it into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to show you how many runs India have conceded in their batting. Oh, it lagged for a little bit there for some reason. Hopefully it is back in all right now. So India conceded 195 up against the West Indies. Went on to win. England managed to score 246 up against India, but did go on to lose. India conceded 187. They conceded 184. In the earlier games, they conceded 132, 116, 114, 176. So the outlier was England's performance. Outside of that, India have been able to keep it tight and keep it under 200. We have got there, even if McConkey played, Satner wouldn't have bowled him. Says Jordan, yeah, there's a chance that we may have only seen McConkey bowl that one over that Phillips bowled in that case. Although maybe they would have found another over for him with the fact that Ferguson wasn't bowling his best. Hat-trick, says Ruth. And also, why by BB? And also, I need to say Kane is 100% better captain than Satner. What you feel? I think Kane also had a better bowling attack, though. That's nothing against this current Black Cat side, but you look through at who, Kane Williamson had at his disposal. He had Tim Southey. He had Trent Bolt. At times, he had that inform option of Ferguson when he was bowling the pace deliveries. He was blessed for choice, and he had a few guys that he could really rely on in that department. I think that Satner's got a side that at times have been great, but at times have been average, and he's had to try and, kind of manage that. So I think it's different, but Williamson's composure seems to go a long way out there on the field. Even when he had his misfield, he was smiling afterwards, knowing that that was just a mistake that he shouldn't have made. What's the power play score you think we need? Well, I think New Zealand, they probably need 80 plus from the power play. somewhere around there. 256 is the total. Has been some weird bowling option. McConkey getting 2 wickets in the last game. They're not getting bowled again was pretty bizarre. Yeah, it was a strange choice, although in the end, I guess it worked for New Zealand, but at the same time, it just seems strange. The Duffy choice was so stupid. He's been rubbish all tournament. He's nowhere near as good of a batter as McConkey, says Jordan. Average score on this pitch. I'm not sure of the average score for this pitch, but the general consensus is it's a very good batting surface. What's your time in New Zealand? I think it will be night. It's currently 4:24 a.m. New Zealand time. New Zealand fans forgot Seifert is good. To all we just talking about Allen. Yeah, you got to remember Seifert was a great contributor to that last match for New Zealand. You know, Seifert got 58 off 33 with a strike rate of 175. Now, that actually wouldn't be enough here. So they do need the Allen type of performance of absolutely smacking it around. Fleming was our best captain, tactics-wise, 100%. Says Dame set match at 4:24 a.m. in New Zealand, says Highlanders fan. And I will mention we have got plenty more coming up in the near future as well. We have got the Sevens just around the corner. That is going to be starting up from about, I believe, what time is that Sevens kicking off? I'm just going to make sure I've got the right game. First match is between New Zealand and Argentina. Those 2 overs, which cost New Zealand 48 runs, will hurt New Zealand big time. If they had finished the game restricting India to 240, I think this would have been a lot more chaseable. Even then, though, that's a pretty large total. Oh, yeah, New Zealand are playing at 6:50 in the Sevens. I think that they got all of the Sevens timings wrong initially. I'm going to have to do some rescheduling, ladies and gentlemen. So probably a good thing that we did check that now. Someone did mention that they were going to go a little bit earlier. Hopefully you guys can still see me. I just have to change some scheduled live streams around. New Zealand versus Argentina was going to be happening at 7:50 initially, but now it is 6:50. That means we're going to have a very short break. In fact, that game may overlap. So we'll see what happens there. South Africa versus Australia for the first semi-final. That one is kicking off now at 8:33. 1 second. We'll go like that. And like that. Vittori right up there too, says Henry. You need, I assume that's Hamish Bennett, is it? That you are talking about there. Go here to, it will be 8:55 for that game. And Finn Allen needs to play like Travis Head, says Future. And game was brilliant, says Henry. The 2026 ICC Men's T20 World Cup final was being played with the average first inning score of around 185, 190. Okay, so a lot more then is what we see on the board at the moment for this Indian team. I was looking at an average of around 13 runs. Oh, 13 runs and over. That's a hard one. Yeah, definitely right from the get-go. You know, that's pretty much no room for error, although we did see what momentum can do in terms of losing wickets. We saw India lose those 3 or 4 quick-fire wickets, and that kind of changed the momentum of the game as well. We're looking at an average of around 13 runs and over. It's a hard one. It's going to be tough, but not completely impossible, just very unlikely in this situation. If South Africa would have lost to New Zealand, I can bet South Africa bowling would have restricted India under 200. See, that's all hindsight though, isn't it? And if we were to see a match like that, we needed to see better batting from South Africa. But unfortunately for them, just like New Zealand, they have had a bit of a tough run when it comes to playoff cricket and T20 competitions. Just showing the scoreboard again. Some brilliant work at the top of the order from Sampson. Also, I mean, everyone really fired except for the captain in some regards. Everyone else was above that strike rate of 100. South African bowling got destroyed. Says Jordan there. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They didn't restrict New Zealand to under 173 off 13 overs. So, like, maybe on their day they could have done well, but they definitely weren't on their day in that semi-final. Kiwi innings winning India. Says Andre there for what it stands for. Yes, South Africa choked badly. And also we've got there, how many times has New Zealand been in a World Cup final? Just the one, and they lost it. Whereas for this Indian side, they have been in 2 finals. They have won, 3 finals. They've won 2, lost 1. When is the innings starting? They are very close at the moment. Both sides are back now out on the pitch. That is Finn Allen and also Tim Seifert. Going to be interesting to see what happens here. It looks like Chakravarti is also just warming up. Just showing some of the shots that we have seen from Finn Allen throughout the T20 World Cup. He has been absolutely phenomenal with the bat in hand. He's going to need a monumental performance here too. I didn't know you also do cricket. I decided I would jump in for the later stages of this World Cup. There were a lot of overlaps in the early stages of the comp, which made it difficult to be able to cover both. But we used to do a lot of cricket on the channel. In fact, believe it or not, we used to do just as much cricket as we did rugby. But yeah, we had a couple issues with false strikes in regards to the cricket that made it impossible to be able to cover the games just due to how long we'd have to wait before those strikes would disappear. But back doing a little bit more now. When is the innings starting? Probably about a minute away, or maybe a couple minutes, 2 or 3. They'll give them plenty of time in the innings changeover. They have New Zealand lose also. But we need to see a fight from New Zealand, at least close match. Yeah, similar to what we saw from England, although getting close can also really hurt if you're a batting side. Like, imagine just being, let's say, 5 runs short rather than 50. I think you'd prefer to be 5 short, though, just because then you can at least say that you've almost got the job done. But yeah, it's going to be a tricky chase. There is absolutely no denying that. New Zealand need to be up for the task, and they need their openers and Finn Allen as well as Tim Seifert to really fire here. But now, almost ready to go. Black Caps getting ready for what would be a chase of a lifetime. We're talking an opportunity that all of these players would remember for a very long time if it was to somehow take place. India's bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah normally leads the charge. He's one of the more economical bowlers around. And I just don't see him going for more than 10 and over here. Doesn't work too well for the Kiwis if that is the case. What caused the strikes? Just other YouTube channels false copyright striking us because they didn't want people watching anyone but them. So we've had about 2 or 3 of those where we've had to deal with it. Alongside that, we've also had copyright claims against my voice in cricket matches. It was actually a match between, I think it was a BBL contest. I had my voice copyright claimed by Canadian Cricket, which was a bit of an interesting one, and I have no idea how that is possible. But yeah, there is still a stream on the live or on the channel somewhere that was copyright claimed by, Canadian Cricket and USA Cricket as well. I think we're involved in it too, but it just makes it difficult to be able to do the streams when that type of thing can happen. Teams in the huddle, just about ready to go. Repeated 2023, the highest T20 international score by at Narendra Stadium was 234 for 4 by India against New Zealand. Okay, so that was back in 2023. Any chance of rain? No chance whatsoever. They have to take Bumrah down if they want to give themselves a chance, and that's the trickiest thing to do, isn't it? When you look at a player like Jasprit Bumrah, how do you get that man away to the boundary time and time again without him eventually getting you out? He's just such a smart bowler in the way that he brings the attack. And, you know, it is going to be a very exciting innings. Definitely if New Zealand can somehow get relatively close in this contest. India have had the huddle, their captain trying to fire them up. He'll be so disappointed with what he did with the bat, getting the golden duck. But now, here's the opportunity to make great tactical decisions in the field to help win India back-to-back World Cups. New Zealand need 12.8 and over to go on and win this contest. Again, it is not going to be easy. Jasprit Bumrah, he holds the key for this Indian side. So do the spinners. Chakravarti, he has been brilliant with the ball in hand. Hardik Pandya the same. So many threats in the bowling department. Kamate says, Henry there, if New Zealand wins, I'm having a day off. I think a lot of Kiwis would need to because they'll probably start drinking from the morning. And also just to get that heart rate back down, it may take all day if this one goes down to the wire. Finn Allen, Tim Seifert putting on an opening stand of over 100 in the last contest up against South Africa. Allen getting himself a massive century, 100 runs off 33 balls. There are enough runs in this match that he has potential of 150. A load up our rubber bats, lads, says Daz. Tim Seifert, he will be on strike for the first delivery. of this contest, or at least of this innings. The Indian flags and the New Zealand flags there ask for super chats. I would if I wasn't an off-gridder, says Kiwi Off-Grid. We don't normally, we'll every once in a while say, remember to hit that subscribe button, but I always feel like a lot of people are watching these live streams because it's a free alternative to having to pay money for a subscription, so I always feel a bit weird asking people to donate, which I know is a terrible business model and is the reason why I still have to work a full-time job alongside the YouTube channel, because the channel itself isn't completely self-sufficient, but I don't know. That's just my stand on it. I know a lot of people would say that it's kind of stupid to not push for that type of thing, for the super chat side. But yeah, it's just something that I don't know. It not something I do. But now, sitting on the ring, they've got two men outside of it. If India wins, I'm having a 4 square pie. Go on. You got to go to Marima to get it though. Peter 2023. But now ready. And great commentary, much appreciated, says Kiwi Off Grid there. If India wins, I know I read that one. Maybe if Bumrah is under a bit of pressure, he might start fumbling it. Maybe, but the biggest problem is Bumrah's normally just completely world-class no matter what. And he shows it time and time again. Great commentary, much appreciated, no worries at all. And yeah, it is greatly appreciated. So many of you guys tuning in, some new people in here as well as some familiar faces. But first ball, Ashdeep bowls it. It's nicely pitched up. Swinging a little bit too. He normally gets quite a bit of swing in the early stages of an inning. So that's why New Zealand have to be so careful, watching the ball closely, not allowing it to sneak past the bat. If New Zealand wins, I'll buy a MacBook Neo and smash it. Don't do that. You'd be better off spending a whole heap of money on like a bat and then just carving into it like World Cup champions or something like that. Would be better than getting rid of a MacBook. Unless that's just what you're into, maybe. But first ball is a dot. We saw a few dots in the bowling attack. Oh, trying to swing across the line there for Seifert. Going a little bit riskier with that second shot, getting keen to score runs. Just hoping to make sure that the scoreboard and everything is still behaving itself and doing as it should. Second we'll go like this. And we will go like that. And we'll go like that as well. Now 2-dot balls. Ashdeep to bowl. Good Yorker. Brilliant Yorker, in fact. Tim Seifert manages to get bat on it and work it away to the leg side for a single. And he not got bat on that. I think that was going to be plumb LBW. Looking frustrated with that one. But, oh, no, actually, no, never mind. Hits the pad way down leg. I'm terrible at LBWs. That's why I can't be a commentator. Or, sorry, not an umpire. Because I give everything out. And dot ball hits hard. It does in this early stage of the match, but Finn Allen now on strike. His strike rate so far throughout this World Cup has been over 200. He needs every bit of that for this matchup now. Sensible batting from the Kiwis at the ball, or the bad balls. We have this, says Kiwi Off Grid. And the last thing that New Zealand want is an early wicket, because that would be match changing at this stage of the contest. Ashdeep pitches it up. Nicely played to the leg side by Allen, but it goes straight to the man at mid-on. Remember, New Zealand had a couple tight overs. The early stages of their power play also. This is all about seeing the maturity and seeing what type of batsman Finn Allen can be. Because this is going to be one of those innings that he has to dig deep. There will be dot balls, but he can't rush the boundaries. He has to build his innings because we know he's got the power for later on. He has to make sure that he is strategic in the way that he plays up till that stage. Now again, pitched up ball. That one's gone high. It's in the air. Catch an opportunity for India. They've dropped a few throughout this World Cup, and they've dropped another one. They've put down Finn Allen when he was on 0. They have not caught well throughout this whole competition. It is Doobie. You could argue that he did a bit with the bat, so can probably get away with one drop, but Allen is still out there. He was almost gone for the 0 off the toe of the bat, hit it straight up. But they did run hard, New Zealand, and managed to get 2 from it. Just snuck over the shoulder of Doobie. But that is a big moment in this one. Always was retreating. The captain goes over to him, big smile on the face. I can tell you right now, this is a different type of captaincy as well for India, because you look at what Virat Kohli would have done if they had dropped a catch. He would have given them that death stare for about 2 overs afterwards, going, this is all your fault. Now, Allen back on strike, pitched up again, nicely done, taking on the single and getting it to the man at mid-off for 1. That'll end the first over, only the 3 runs off it for Ashdeep's bowling. In fact, there should actually be 4 runs, I should say. Yeah, Allen slapping his leg and realised that it was a drop. You can see him in the background watching that ball be put down, and then that assertiveness or that urgency came back for the Black Caps to realise that they had to try and sneak that extra run, as everyone would be crucial in this chase. Black Caps need to be on early, try weather the storm of these opening bowlers, says Viral. Says Viral. But the problem is, right, when does it get easier in terms of this bowling lineup of India? There is no weak link that I can think of that is an easy target to get smacked away for a whole heap of runs. It is all out attack. They have bowled beautifully as a unit throughout this World Cup. Kia ora, Hamish. That just brought a smile to my face, says Timeless. In there as well, Hardik Pandya can be bowling from the other end. It's a strike bowler too. Allen, they have got 1 man deep at long on, and also a deep backwards square leg for the setup of Allen. He tries to ramp. He's ramped it straight towards the man in the deep, but it does fall just short. 1 bounce. Interesting shot choice from Allen, who's normally such a stand and deliver type of batsman. Going for a ramp off the first ball, that is what scoreboard pressure can do. We see it there though. Allen tries to get a little bit fancy with it, with a ramp to the leg side. Didn't quite time it the way he would have liked. Just in the end gets the 1. See there, a half celebration from Pandya, who thought that he almost had his man. Now they've got the different field for Seifert, a man at long off for Tim Seifert's game. Hit down the ground, it's gone big, and that is the first 6 of the day for the Black Caps. They will need many more, as India almost got themselves 20 of them throughout their innings. And it brings the 772nd tournament 6. There's a lot of them coming, and there's probably going to be a lot more too. Now the New Zealand flags from Mr. Lee in there as well. But 81 metres for that shot from Tim Seifert. Not too bad of a strike from the New Zealand opener. Seifert, he's had 12 tournament 6s. Great commentary, brother. Thank you, says Kane. No worries at all. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun covering the last 2 games of this Cricket World Cup for the Black Caps. Oh, ram shot from Seifert goes big and goes long. It is 6 more back-to-back boundaries for the Black Caps and back-to-back maximums for Tim Seifert. Everyone has talked all about Finn Allen all throughout this week, what he can do with the bat, but we've got to remember there is a man by the name of Tim Seifert at the other end who has been scoring just as efficiently throughout this competition, but falls away to leg side to ramp it for 6 on the... falls away to offside, to ramp it for the 6 there. It'll be nervous moment early for the bowling attack of India. 17 for none off 9. Charging in. Another hit hard down the ground from Seifert. That one actually jagged back in off the seam, so a bit of movement on the surface now. The pressure is on, says Steady. I'd rather see a risky game in the power play than a lame effort. Yeah, and I think that's what New Zealand realise. That even if they are bowled out here, they need to go for it. You know, I think a lot of people would rather see New Zealand bowled out for 160 than finish their innings 200 runs on the board for 4 wickets. You know, people would rather see them really try and push. Now hit down the ground, struck well, struck hard by Seifert, another boundary. And that is now 3 in the over for Tim Seifert, sitting on 16 off 7. His strike rate currently is just fast enough, which once again just shows you how crazy the total that they are chasing is here. Just woke up again, who got the 5 wickets, says Katzenell. So Jimmy Neesham got 3 and 1 over. Rachin Ravindra got another one. And then the last one was Matt Henry. Last ball of the Hardik Pandya over. What can Seifert do with it? Hit down the ground past Pandya, almost hits him in the head, but it's another boundary to close out the second over. New Zealand 25 for none. Now at this stage of their innings, India, I believe, were 13 for none. So New Zealand almost doubling it here, but they cannot slow down one bit. These two need to play their natural game. That was very close to the finger of Hardik Pandya. Actually a bit similar to what we saw for the first over of Jacob Duffy. For one of his balls almost smacked him on the way back past. It's doable, said Ruth. And I will mention again, drop of Finn Allen. He was dropped on 0. Aksa Patel looks like he's coming into the attack now. Got that nice bit of extra height. Spin has been something that at times has caught Finn Allen out a little bit. He's been bowled a couple times by not picking it. He's going to be able to pick Patel here. Control 96 out of 100 for Patel in this department. He is known for spinning it through the gate. He's known for creating wickets. But Allen is known for smashing sixes. 255 for 5 is crazy. It is. And it's crazy to think that they actually did that only about 4 days ago as well, in terms of a total. They got 253, I think, in the end. Allen needs to lock in, says Steady. Yeah, he's been dropped. He knows that he's probably had his one lifeline he's going to receive throughout this whole contest. Aksa Patel drags it down a little bit. Finn Allen hits it to the man in the deep on the leg side. It is Rinku Singh. He does not drop them too often, so you don't want to be giving him catching opportunities. More times than not, he's able to take it. Tim Allen dropped for Finn Allen on the home improvement reboot. Says Dave set match. Now Tim Seifert. Ready for this one. Oh, worked to the leg side. They will just take the single here in New Zealand, knowing that dot balls could cost them more than singles would. And also, you've got to give that bowler respect. You don't want to lose that early wicket. If they can do an opening stand like they had in the last contest up against the South Africans, it would be massive. I've got a feeling about Sparky Mark. Chapman Hamish, says John. Yeah, and see, the job will not just be done by Allen and Seifert. Even if they have a big partnership, more than likely these two men will be done and dusted before the end. That's hit down the ground from Finn Allen. Struck well, and it goes to the boundary rope for 4. Just rocking back. Patel not too happy with it, as he did have a man at kind of like a wide on. But still too much power from Allen. Picked it up early. Didn't even really look like he put a lot of effort into it. But just fast, quick wrists from Finn Allen to strike it hard enough. And get it to the boundary rope. That's a high run rate per over. Hamish, let's go, says Roof. Yeah, the speed that New Zealand have started at the moment, their run rate is not quite high enough. It looks like a new bat is about to be on the cards for Finn Allen. He's had a favourite for a long time. Looks like there is about to be a switch. Is that going to be good or bad for Finn Allen? Obviously doesn't like the middle of the last one. Hasn't hit a maximum as of yet. Aksa Patel pitches it up, rocks back there. Allen, first ball caught on the boundary rope. Different bat, different result for Allen. He looks at the bat in frustration, but he is now dismissed here in this contest. Ladies and gentlemen, New Zealand, they are 1 down. What we will quickly do is we will go like that. He was riding his luck with being dropped on 0 for Finn Allen. But that luck has now run out. New Zealand wickets. 1 second, we'll go like this. And you can see the disappointment there from Finn Allen, knowing that this was the time to really go. And the match to be able to do it in as well. But he will be 9 off 7 for Finn Allen. Living dangerously, hitting aerial. The first wicket falls, 31 for 1, and you can see the disappointment on Allen's face. Now bringing Rachin Ravindra. He has been a very interesting batsman to watch throughout this T20 World Cup, mainly because he hasn't been in the best form, but he's still found a way to score a few runs in these contests. But this is going to have to be a massive innings now from Rachin. See what he can do with the ball. Was just going to say, keep those wickets in hand. Difficult chasing that score, that sort of score though. Yeah, I think it's just, once again, it's respecting the good ball from the bowlers. In this case, he went too aggressive for Allen at the wrong delivery. Rather than just waiting for the chance to be able to strike it cleanly, he got a bit too keen to get that one going. I didn't even reach 100 with 0 wickets. Yes, they did. Or, yeah, I believe so. All down the leg side, Rachin Ravindra with a hard sweep shot. Man out in the deep does manage to field it. That's Rinko Singh. And they do just keep it to the 1. Now pressure will once again build on New Zealand for every dot ball that they experience. It's a very calm, collected catch out on the boundary rope from was Talak. Celebrates it big time. We only keep 4 batters, or only need 4 batters to fire. Oh, great ball from Patel. And that is the end of his over. Only the 7 runs off at New Zealand. 32 for 1 off 3. Keep that updating as well with a little bit of luck. 1 second, we'll go like that. And we'll go like that. We only, oh no, I read that one about the batters firing. And Hamish, you've done amazing commentary, mega hours. Yeah, we worked out this is our 17th live stream since Friday night on the channel, involving rugby sevens, rugby union, as well as now cricket. We've still got the sevens around the corner. That's actually starting up in 2 hours' time, starting an hour earlier than we first anticipated. So luckily, I did check that one. Someone mentioned it earlier on, but I thought that they were just winding me up. But no, they were actually being serious about it. So, yeah, we're going to have less time beforehand, but that means we finish an hour earlier, which means sleep time an hour earlier as well. Now, the power play still in play for another 3 overs. I think South Africa would have made the final interesting. I don't know. Oh, that's gone in the air. Another chance to be able to take a wicket. It's a tough catch, but it's beautifully taken in the deep by Ishan Kishan Ravindra, gone for 1 off 2. But yeah, the way that South Africa played up against New Zealand, who knows? Maybe they would have done the exact same thing that New Zealand have done here, is at the end of the day, they conceded 170 runs from 13 overs. And that is the second wicket. Rachin Ravindra is gone. 1 off 2, a lackluster innings from that man today. And that's kind of summed up his tournament, really, with the bat in hand. The mentality required to try and bat with a score like that must be huge. Yeah, it takes, that's a great catch from Ishan Kishan. They've shown it from another angle. He actually fumbled the ball, but managed to regather it in the final moments before hitting the ground. And just keep that one from hitting the turf. But India, they are in the box seat. New Zealand, the tricky part is now the new batsman doesn't really have that much time to be able to get himself set. 1 more wicket down. Bumrah over Ravindra. Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah, he does it again. He is a wicket-taking threat. No matter whether he bowls the 3rd over of a match or the last one, he finds a way of getting those wickets. The Kiwis are falling apart. They are. First 2 wickets down. Tim Seifert now holds the key. And also so does this man, Glenn Phillips. He can strike it quickly. He's shown his skill before with the bat. But has he got the skill to chase down 256? No need to panic. We back deep. So here's Kiwi off the grid. Now Jasprit Bumrah. Good ball to to Glenn Phillips. And another single taken there. New Zealand 2 down. Game might be over in the next 6 overs. I think some would almost say that the game is already over. That would be a bit negative thinking. But honestly, when you're chasing 256, what to do? This match is over. But Hamish, please do every Black Cats match. I will see it. We are going to hopefully do that South Africa versus New Zealand series, coding the T20s just around the corner. I've had a lot of fun covering this one. So I'm hoping to do the same with the T20 series up against the South Africans. We won't be able to cover the last game of that series, though, and that is because I'm actually going to be going to that match in Christchurch. Now again, can Bumrah show his class? Sneak another wicket. Already Ravindra has gone. Allen has followed. Allen then Ravindra followed. The channel's been busy this weekend. I'm not too big on the sevens. I'm going to watch a lot of these lives. Oh, out wide. It's in the air from Tim Seifert. Clears over the ring. Oh, they'll get back for 2. It was a tough landing for Ishan Kishan. Not too big on the sevens, but I do watch a lot of these lives, even if I don't get comment. Six Nations was crazy. It was an absolutely insane round of the Six Nations. Like, even seeing how competitive the Welsh were up against the Irish, I think was absolutely fantastic. But, like, I can understand the not following the sevens as well. Definitely with the amount of rugby that's on currently. Like, there's just no time for rest, as proven by my terrible sleep schedule this weekend. I'm a half cup full person. So here's Kiwi off the grid. Now Jasprit Bumrah. Short ball, almost hits a stumper, Seifert. 4 balls, 3 runs, and the wicket for Bumrah thus far. Power play has been effective. They are just showing the wickets that Bumrah was able to take in the match up against England, including it was a brilliant catch from Chakravarti. Oh no, it was Axar Patel, in fact. How do you say Varun's last name? I think it is Chakravarti, isn't it? Are you going to make a Kiwi Lads flag if you're going to have... Are you going to the live game, brother, says Roger? Yeah, I'm not sure what to do there, because normally I'm impartial, right? But if I'm at the game in New Zealand, do I wear a Black Caps kit? Or will that get me in trouble with the neutrals? Surely I'll be led away with it once, right? For wearing a one-sided kit. Must I block myself from your channel? Why, Mohadeen? What's been happening this time? I don't think it's any different from any other time you've asked the same thing. Now, on strike, it is Glenn Phillips. He's faced 1 ball and got 1 run. As long as he doesn't do what Rachin Ravindra did, and that is get out on this delivery here. 4 runs off it, tied over from Bumrah. Drive attempted by Glenn Phillips. Hits it straight to the man at extra cover, and another great over from India. New Zealand 36 for 2. I care not what others think. Says Kiwi off the grid there. Do super chat people, or do super chats people, or support the channel, says Mr. Black Rugby. I mean, the donations on the channel are always appreciated. I always say I don't like to push for them, because at the end of the day, this is the free alternative to paying for watching the game. But yeah, like any are appreciated. They do get popped up on the screen as well, just as an extra sign of appreciation too. Crowd, they will be absolutely loving this. Can you be neutral and offended though? Says Dale. Well, I guess that's true. Oh, short ball from the spinner. Not really short, but too far back of a length, and Tim Seifert picks it up quickly and hits it for 6 down the ground. What is the required run rate grown to currently? I think it's got it in the middle, right? Does it have it on the screen? Required run rate is the RRR, just there. So 13.8 is what they require currently. That's a lot. The run rate is over 13 per over, says Blessed. Oh, hit down the ground from Seifert. Strikes it again, but just gets the single this time cut off. The best team will win today. It's full of team spirit today at the ground. Says Underground. Yeah, performing well in front of the 130,000. What do you think about your chances so far? Very slim. Why didn't Glenn Phillips bowl another over? There are a lot of questions around what New Zealand did tactically in the field in terms of who bowled when and whatnot. But, oh, hit down the ground this time from Glenn Phillips. Goes over the man at mid-on. They didn't have a long on for him, so he makes the most of it. Does get another boundary. You never bowl first against India in India. But then also, you know, you look at the West Indies. They set a total of 191 up against India, batting first, and India chased it down. So it's one of those scenarios where yes, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it would have made a huge difference either way with how India have been performing, whether they bat first or bat second in this overall tournament. And, you know, that's something that they can be extremely proud of, the fact that they've shown that they are, clean bowled there, Glenn Phillips. Axar Patel gets another one. And he is now 2 for 18 off his 1.5. New Zealand are in big trouble here. They lose their third. 1 second, we'll go like this. But Phillips, he is frustrated with that one. Put a lot of effort into the fielding throughout this contest, but Phillips has now gone 1 off 3 for that man. In fact, no, he's faced a little bit more than that. Just needs to update. There we go. He's updated more, but Phillips now is dismissed. Patel gets another. It's a spin track, perhaps, you could argue. New Zealand taking their spinner out. 5 off 5 for Glenn Phillips. We'll go like this. If they keep on going out like this might be over before we know it. And how did India host another T20 World Cup? What's the process? It's best as an outsider not to question it. It's pretty much the gist of it. But yes, it is in India again. And that's just the way that the world of cricket does work. And again, you're just best not to try and look into it too much. But they do enjoy playing in India, I can guarantee you that. That was an either-or type of game. I think we're on the or part of the equation, says Roger. Mark Chapman now in the middle. Hits it down the ground, straight back to Patel. End of another great over. It did go for 11, but he took the wicket. 47 for 3 off the 5 overs. Don't be neutral, your blood is black, says Henry. Currently, it looks like India in quite the control. New Zealand, if I am reading this correctly, are $31 underdogs here in New Zealand. And just to put that into perspective, for anyone who is a rugby watcher normally on the channel, Wales have not been a 31 underdog. Wales have not been a 31 underdog throughout any of the Six Nations, even though they are expected to finish quite low. Sorry, Fleshin, if you are still watching. We have got the donation there from Underground Promo Squad. Thank you very much, win or not. Let's enjoy the game. Yeah, it's still an absolutely awesome occasion to be through to the final for New Zealand. Their semi-final record heading into the match up against South Africa was only 25% for them to go through. Seifert's going to win it for us, says Mr. Black Rugby. Don't think New Zealand will hold up, says Titanium, but they're showing that ball again, just cutting it back in with the bit of spin too, and gets it straight through the gate of Glenn Phillips. And the big celebration there from the Indian captain as well. He knows that his side firmly in control. 5.1 overs down. As a South African, I hope you Kiwis can beat India, tired of their fans. Says not your everyday cultist. See, I don't really see a lot of India's fans. I must be looking in the wrong places. Big 4, that's a beautiful Yorker from Jasprit Bumrah. And in fact, if Chapman wasn't in some decent form with the bat, that would have clean bowled him 9 times out of 10. In fact, that would have bowled 99 out of 100 batsmen. That delivery right there from Bumrah. A perfect Yorker. But managing to survive it. Once again, we'll go like this. And like that as well. Just such a good ball from Bumrah there. Advancing down the wicket. Chapman hits it in the air. Man running in for it, but can't quite make the ground. It was man who has already taken a wicket today, or a catch today in Talak. Chapman may have just cashed in the luck of his, or the last of his luck. Indians ruined cricket, says Charles. The wickets, New Zealand is losing a lot, says Mahadini, already losing the 3, but it does reach him on the half volley. Crowd were on the edge of their seat, though, hoping to see that wicket taken also. Bumrah, he's only gone for 6 of his first 9 deliveries, has picked up the wicket as well. Big full toss to Tim Seifert, couldn't get it away. Life is unfair, honestly. It's party time for India, and New Zealand need to go all in to win or go for broke. We need at least 2 boundaries and over, says Viral. And yeah, that's where that discussion comes in from earlier on. How I was mentioning, if you are a New Zealander, do you appreciate New Zealand getting bowled out for, let's say, 160, but really trying to push the whole time? Or if they take it more conservatively and only are 5 down for 200? I feel like it has to be the bowled out option, right? You have to know that they're at least going for it and trying to finish this one off. But 2 runs taken for Seifert after he hits it to the leg side into a gap. New Zealand is playing well this year. Says Underground Promo Squad. Yeah, they've had some tremendous games. The one in particular that they will look at as a real brilliant one would be that match up against the South Africans, but some crucial matches as well in their group that we're able to win. Seeing it there, Glenn Phillips, he has been bowled quite a bit throughout this competition. We've seen it there again in the final. Bumrah, outside off stump, just a little chip down the ground from Seifert towards long on. And another single taken. This has been a lot less eventful than the innings that we did see from India, I will mention. By the 6-over stage, India had 92 runs. So New Zealand are already 40 behind compared to where India were at this stage of the match. It's going to be a tough one. We have the batters. It's not over yet. South Africa aren't even chokers. Yeah, although they've had that reputation of unfortunately slipping up in the final hurdle as well. They need to go for a Hamish. There's no other way. Says Blessed, yeah. At the end of the day, if you get bowled out, you get bowled out. But at least you can go at the end of the game and say, look, like, we didn't get there, but it was going to be a monumental chase if we somehow did. Why don't India run home? They lost. They haven't lost. No, they're probably going to run home as champions, and they won't have to travel far as this one is in India. South Africa wouldn't have won this, mate, says Mr. Black Rugby. Yeah, and I think that's, like, it's good to see that the Protea supporters are saying this game would have been different with South Africa, but South Africa needed to beat New Zealand in the semi. And had they won comfortably like New Zealand did, you know, you reverse this. Maybe this was going to be the game that South Africa did struggle. Very hard to predict, but India have been that talking point all throughout the last few rounds when they beat West Indies, when they then did extremely well to be able to take down England with a 250-plus total. Your commentary is fair. Nothing wrong with supporting your team in a good way, says Andre. And if they needed to play cricket, should have combined with the Aussies, says Charles. Well, New Zealand should have never made a cricket team. It seems like you've either got money on them, Charles, or you're just a bad sport. Because, I mean, New Zealand, everyone would say at the moment that they have punched above and beyond what anyone could have ever expected for a small nation in the world of cricket. Now, Varan Tikravati comes into the bowling attack for India. Such a dangerous googly on him. Why do cricket batsmen make terrible magicians? Because they always get caught out, says Roger. And completely agree with you. South Africa would have won this, but they didn't earn the right to be in the final. Although Black Rugby said South Africa wouldn't have won it, Bless, compared to you saying that they would have. And we have got there, South Africa choked against New Zealand, win all World Cup and lose the little New Zealand, says Mr. Black Rugby. Fading fast, I don't have the incredible stamina of the mighty Hammy, says Gary. Yeah, we're still going for plenty more time. We've got the sevens around the corner too, hit down the ground for one. For Seifert, it looks like Chapman's running hard, so they may be able to push for the two, and they should get it off the throw. No, in fact, they just took the one there, New Zealand. Don't tell anyone, but I'm going to sneak off to bed. I won't tell anyone, Gary. I got Faith Bro, says Xavier there. The big difference for India is Samson. And the thing is, Samson wasn't the only one either. Today, Samson was actually one of the slower batsmen out of the top order. You know, Abhishek getting 52 off 21. Looking at Ishan Kishan, he had a phenomenal innings, 54 off 25. But Samson was able to stay consistently out there while that was all happening. Build the partnerships with those other players. And in the end, finish up with 89. He'll be gutted on how he went out, though, because it was a big full toss. Samju Sanson made the Samsung out of the bloody Black Caps. South Africa wouldn't have won because they lost to New Zealand. India wasting everyone, says Mr. Black Rugby. Another single taken. We've got the images of the day, that fumble on the ground from Ishan Kishan, but then did manage to regather it before finishing off the catch. Now hit high. He hasn't got a massive amount of the Seifert. In fact, no, it's travelled much further than I thought that it had. It's the first six of Varun. He's given it a mighty strike down the ground. New Zealand now up to 60 runs. It's just like Women's Seven, says Mohaddin. Hamish, I'm telling you, New Zealand won't chase this. I don't think you're wrong there. New Zealand are massive underdogs, and no side in the history of T20s that I can think has chased 250 plus. Now, I'll work to the league side. Seifert calls for 2 straight away. Easy to say if this game is the reality now, all close to the run out, but nice running from Chapman. He's quick between the wickets. I'm sorry, Hamish, but you guys lost. Says Future. I like how as soon as they're starting to lose, it's become that it's me that are losing rather than the Black Cat side. When they had a chance, it wasn't that my side were doing well, but now that they're losing, it's become me. I mean, when Samson joined the team, India started performing. Oh, you know, you are right there. They just seem to pick it up. And I do actually, I think that the team is less stressed now. It sounds weird to say, but with, oh, that's a shot down the ground from Seifert again, goes for 6 over long on. But yeah, under Virat Kohli, don't get me wrong, the India side got results, but the players now seem to be so much more relaxed. But is that the half century for Tim Seifert in this case? I hadn't even been keeping track of it, but that is, 50 runs for Tim Seifert off 23 balls. And all the mix of wickets falling and everything. Seifert has almost 90% of the runs for the Black Cats. But you guys did well this tournament. We have got there New Zealand going to win, says Julian. And never say never. We still have this, says Kiwi off the grid. Sanju has been a revelation. I hope they'll not drop him again. But yeah, it just seems to be under this new captaincy. Oh, shot there from Chapman. Slices it away out through cover. But again, they have a player in the deep for the 1. They just seem to be a lot happier. And the pressure doesn't seem to be as much, even though it should be with the fact that they are playing in a home final in front of this crowd. Hey there, Mr. Kiwi, or their Kiwi. New Zealand is hosting the T20 World Cup in 2028. Are they actually? I didn't even know that. That might be one that we have to... Hopefully they do a couple games in the South Island. Because then we may be able to go to them. Now again, Hardik Pandya back into the bowling attack. But currently New Zealand, they need a lot more runs. Current run rate is 9.55. Required is almost up to 15. I don't have friends, says Mohadeen. I'm sure a few people in the chat would say that they're your friend, Mohadeen. Let's see, we'll go like that. Hopefully scoreboard's still going to behave itself. Once in a while, it does slightly go to sleep. Now Pandya with the short ball. Missed opportunity there for Chapman. I can be your friend, says Jeffrey. 2 dot balls. Or sorry, 2 singles and a dot ball. That is the 1 short for the over. Been away from New Zealand for 20 plus years. I will be back soon, says Kiwi off the grid. Yeah, I feel like it's been quite warm in New Zealand. It's probably much warmer now than it was the last time you were here. But then I guess that's the case with most places in the world, isn't it? But a lot of places will still look the same, which is quite funny. New Zealand, there's always the joke that we're stuck in like 1990s, but we just get phones and stuff now. Oh, bowled him, chopped on. Chapman goes, and the wicket for Pandya there. And that is a brutal one too, but when your luck is not in, it's not in. And New Zealand with that chop on, you'd have to say their luck may have run out. And it's going to be 3 off 8 for Mark Chapman here. It's never really getting going in this contest. Pandya will well and truly take that wicket. It doesn't matter how it falls in the scorebook. It still says the same thing. Chapman, just a lack of foot movement. Still was way over on the leg side with the footwork. And India get their 4th. I know New Zealanders are nice guys, but not eligible for cricket. So would you say in that case that no one other than India is eligible for cricket? Because of the fact that New Zealand are through to this final and no one else is apart from India? And we have got the hello, sir. My Naveen. I'm Naveen. You're old viewer. Australia versus England Ashes 2021-22. Can you learn, says Naveen. So it is greatly appreciate you popping in. It's been quite some time since we have seen you on the channel. Chapman is useless, says Future. It's done, says Blessed. Now Hardik Pandya varying his speeds. That was the faster delivery and the fastest of the over. But Daryl Mitchell is now at the crease. Seifert has been a lone wolf in this New Zealand chase. The required run rate has now ticked up over 15 and over. New Zealand 70 for 4 is actually not that bad on a normal surface probably, but in this case when you're chasing so many runs, it does make it much more difficult. Right, Daryl Mitchell, we had Harik Pandya just charging in to bowl on the ball. Crowd booing a little bit for Mitchell pulling out, but I think that he wasn't quite ready at the time that Pandya wanted to bowl it. You see it there. It was way outside off stump for Chapman. All we needed was for 4 batters to fire. Not such a hard task, says Kiwi off grid. It seems like a good batting surface as well, but it's just, once again, scoreboard pressure can make all the difference. Mitchell works it to the leg side, was considering the 2, but it seems like he will just get the 1 here. I had to appreciate Hamish though for his commentary, says Future. And not the final we expected. Well, maybe not quite, but honestly, India batting first, anything under 250 I think was going to be surprising. 230 or 220 I thought might have been the par, but as soon as that type of scoreboard comes out, it's very hard to get the runs. Another single, close out the over. 4 off it in the wicket for Harik Pandya. New Zealand 72 for 4. It is well done. The moment for the side. You Kiwis shouldn't like Indians, says Future. And don't give them citizenship, says Future. I get along with quite a few Indians. We actually play cricket, or at least on Saturday we played up against a side that I'm actually good mates with a lot of them. But you can fall into stereotypes all you like, but at the end of the day, it just depends on the person. That's a great catch there, out on the boundary. Tim Seifert now dismissed, and that's going to be another one. New Zealand 5 down and capitulating in this final. Seifert now is sent on his way. The scoreboard hadn't even updated to say that the other man had made his way in yet, but Seifert has gone for 51 off 25. In this game, it's gone from bad to worse here for the Kiwis. In fact, no, it would be 52 off 26. My apologies. I didn't give him the last single of that over. Here we go. There's the updated one now. If I was a New Zealander, I would be a soccer and rugby fan, says Future. Ouch, that's the ball game, says Ruby, and Herschel gives 666. Says Julian, and New Zealand are trying to hit the ball too hard and not timing the ball. And it actually happened for South Africa up against New Zealand. It seemed like they were also trying to force runs rather than just taking the ones available. That is Dame set match. Says Dame there. You think England would have been able to hit this score, says Denzel? No, because they didn't hit it in the semi-final. Maybe if they had the second opportunity, but the original result was they did lose that game up against India trying to chase a total similar. But they were close, which was one thing. But Chakravarti has already picked up the 1 wicket. Mitchell Satner in at 7. Someone did say they wanted to see Satner bat a little bit earlier. Not batting as a 7 in the 8th over, though, I'm sure, was what they meant. Now pitched up, glided there, and as well fielded it slip. Stopped the chance of the run. And win or lose, still a proud Kiwi. And New Zealand getting through to this final, breaking that semi-final hoodoo that they have had. That was fantastic work. Very close to the boundary rope for Ishan Kishan, but he's been safe under the ball out there on the rope. Oh, what a ball from Varun Chakravarti. It's gone through everyone, and it will go for 4 byes. But man, that was a good ball. Just about sneaking it onto the stumps, came back and bounced up a little bit, maybe steep, as to why that one to go over the top of the stumps. 8.3 overs in. India still firing. Satner trying to work it through cover straight to the fielder. Indians are hated by everyone, Hamish. I don't think everyone. Like I said, I actually get along with quite a few Indians who are in our Cricket League. Some of our team don't, which is a shame because like if you just chat to, oh, that's 4 runs for New Zealand. Like if you get to know anyone, if you've got common interests, it's very easy to get along with them. But a lot of people just go, you know what, I'm not even going to bother making the effort. And that's the kind of sad thing about today. In reality, is people just won't give people chances. 80 for 5 off 8.5 overs. Satner hitting his first boundary, sitting 4 off 4. I'm proud of the Kiwis' effort. We did not expect them to reach the final, says Blessed. Again, back foot punch from Satner. They should get the nice, easy 2. In fact, it almost becomes a boundary. They should get 3 now. Fielding from Talak in the deep. Psychology in action. Sports teams need good psychologists on board, or am I wrong? It has become something that's a lot more common now in terms of those kind of sports psychology side of things, which I think is good because at the end of the day, being a professional athlete, nowadays you need therapy anyway because of what you have to deal with. But like, it's much more a mental game now than it used to be. Very one-sided match. I expected from Black Caps what you say. If I gave my honest opinion of how I thought this World Cup final would go, it wouldn't make me very popular with New Zealanders. But this isn't too far off in reality. Although I would have liked to see New Zealand have a little bit more of an opening partnership. That's where I thought they might be up to, let's say, 100 by the time they had lost the 5 wickets. But so a lot of work to do to get through this inning. Short ball from Hardik Pandya. Did bowl one of those in the last. That one's going to be the short one for the over. And go New Zealand. You could always abandon ship. Switch to Leicester versus Bath. Is it a close game? Of course, we're not going to hop off the horse at this stage, but I always do like a good score update in another game. Of course, there is a sevens competition happening very shortly, happening an hour earlier than it did initially seem. We are going to be covering that one on the channel too. New Zealand versus Argentina. We'll get to see a few Kiwis waking up at that stage. It will be a nice early morning start here in New Zealand. This final, I'm sure, I will change New Zealanders. I don't think it will. Like, change them in what way? Because New Zealand have made it through to the final. They've done better than many did expect. A lot of people were writing them off in that semi-final up against South Africa. They came in as underdogs for that game. After that rained-off contest up against Pakistan and after the loss to England, people felt like they weren't going to make it. But in the end, it was it was Sri Lanka that helped them get to where they were. A nice drive down the ground once more from Mitch Satner. The fight is on, says Julian, and 12 points to 7. The scoreline there, showing the varying pace of Hardik Pandya. Seems to mix it up extremely nicely. Took that wicket of Chapman off the slightly quicker delivery as well. So we're going to go like this and like that. I was just checking on YouTube. Someone has 120,000 people watching. I knew that this was going to be a huge final. They had another live stream on the same channel for 75,000 watching. But this is the type of match that the world, especially India, were stopping what they were doing to be able to witness. And this has been a performance that they would be thoroughly proud of. The chase is not possible. I didn't say it was. But in what way do you say it's going to change New Zealanders? Like mentally, physically? Are we going to be sad now for the rest of our lives? Or what's the gist of that comment? Because I think there'll be people who are disappointed. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, New Zealand have done better than they were expected to in this competition. So at the end of the day, like to be in the final is an occasion. New Zealand need at least 40 boundaries. Well, the crazy thing is, right, 40 boundaries from here, I believe, would still put them about par with how much India were able to get in terms of that boundary count. Now, what's a guy says, Julian Moses? Yes, physically and mentally. Or I think most people will get over it pretty quick. This is no way similar to that ODI final between England and New Zealand. That one still scars some Kiwis, but this one feels much different. Hardik Pandya, only 4 runs so far off his overs. We're almost halfway through the innings with this final ball. And a hit down the ground. Satner takes 1. And that will close out the 10th over. New Zealand, 88 for 5. The chase was possible if you played the same way as the first strikers. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And yeah, those wickets just fell too quickly. Ravindra going out on a second ball. That did not help the equation. Phillips going out on about his 6th or 7th ball didn't help the equation. Chapman going out with a strike rate of only about 40 didn't help the equation. And it just seemed like maybe those guys in the middle order were trying to rebuild something that couldn't be rebuilt, and instead had to just try and take it to India in that same situation. But again, that probably would have brought the quick fire wickets as well. So you can go like this and like that. Halfway through this innings now. Only an hour and 25 minutes until our next live stream on the channel as well, ladies and gentlemen. No problem, says Julian Moses. And there was Satner and Mitchell accept a defeat. I think they are taking singles now. Well, they also don't want to throw away their... They don't want to throw away this game and get bowled out, do they? Do other live streamers on YouTube report each other's channels? Could be this be a way to steal viewers' battle of the stream. They used to, which is why we initially stopped doing cricket on the channel, because we had other random streams. You know, streams that had, let's say, 20,000 people watching would copyright strike us when we had 15 watching, because they wanted those 15 to be on their stream as well. So it was actually a really, illegal use of the copyright system on YouTube, which I think YouTube tried to take out, of the equation eventually. But by then, the damage was kind of done. Why is nothing happening at the moment? They're just taking singles, is pretty much the gist of it. Oh, that's a big shot from Mitchell, though. Tries to go deep. Oh, it was almost a catch on the boundary rope. And in fact, just going over 6 runs for Daryl Mitchell. He did take the catch, Ishan Kishan, but wasn't able to fire it back in. Do you know why they moved the 7s earlier? I have absolutely no idea. But luckily, I did see it before we got too close to the start of it. So it does mean that that first game I'm doing is in about an hour and a bit's time rather than 2. It just means that there'll be less gap now, but more gap later. So we'll go like that and like that as well. Scoreboard is going to hopefully behave itself. Oh, Mitchell goes 2 in a row, and this one is bigger than the last. Hits it up into the stands. New Zealand still need 155 runs from here to go on and win this final. They have less than 10 overs to do it. Seems like the impossible task, but Mitchell seems like now he's just decided, you know what, we're at the halfway line. If the ball is there, I'm going to try and put absolutely everything into it and see if they can make this a competitive total from the Kiwis. How is there 3 semi-finals for the men and the 7s? There's the women's semi-finals as well that we are covering. Oh, I think we've just got actually one women's semi-final. Oh, no, we've got both of the women's semi-finals. But yeah, 2 semis for the men, 2 semis for the women. How much sleep you got, Hamish? Not enough is the gist of it. I don't even want to try and do the maths. That one almost bounced off the pitch there for Ashdeep after having a couple 6s hit off him in a row. Probably understandable why he would throw that up quite wide. The gaps is always good. And Italy had win England, anything's possible. This final is similar like PSG versus Inter Milan 5-0 final, a little bit. Yeah, that one goes right out, almost off the pitch for Ashdeep Singh. In fact, it did bounce not on the pitch, but because it was past the batsman at the time, it was fine. Nice shot from Mitchell. Driven straight to extra cover, the skipper waiting for it. And come on, New Zealand, says Ruth. And also these two can bat. Satner takes time to get going. Still the task is a tough one from here, says Kiwi. Yeah, that required run rate forever increasing, will be about 100 runs short. Oh, okay. So is that bowled out, Kiwis, or is that just they don't... I'd like to think if they don't get bowled out, New Zealand can get around 180, 190 here. Sevens is 1 hour early because of daylight saving change that happened today. Oh, did that change in Canada for daylight saving? Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Oh, ow, that would have hurt. Mitchell not happy about it, walking down to talk to the bowler. That was a little bit of a rough moment there. Mitchell's chasing after him. There's a sign of disrespect from Ashdeep Singh. And Mitchell is in no way happy, and he's probably got a right to be unhappy about it too. The crowd are booing here. I don't know if they're booing Mitchell or booing their own bowler. What has happened is Ashdeep Singh has thrown the ball straight at his kneecap. Wasn't even in front of the stumps there, Mitchell. And he's just going to Ashdeep Singh. The game's not close. And Mitchell would have probably taken the gloves off and squared up with him there. But it's a really disappointing moment from India in a game that they're well and truly in control. And there we go. We see there at the moment the captain of India going over, having a chat to Mitchell, apologising from the disrespectful moment of his bowler, and the umpire going over to Ashdeep Singh as well. I don't think there'll be too many kind words exchanged between him and Mitchell here. His averaging of bowlers was bad, says Julian. I think it makes it worse that it was up against New Zealand as well. A lot of teams around the world do really enjoy playing the Kiwis because of the sportsmanship between the sides. But Ashdeep having a moment there that I'd like to think is in a show of his character. Mitchell on strike here. Tries to hit him away to the boundary. He'll get one, so he will be at the end where Ashdeep Singh is, and the umpire going over to Mitchell, I think, just trying to calm this down a little bit. Okay, there's a handshake now, but I don't know how much feeling there was in it from Ashdeep Singh. They're showing the replay. Mitchell not even in front of the stumps there either. Mitchell had to make sure that they weren't going to run him out too. What's the punishment for poor sportsmanship? Depends on the extent. I don't think anything will come of that because of the slight handshake afterwards. But yeah, Mitchell definitely was not happy with what he experienced there. So we'll go like that. And like that. Yeah, slight shake of the hands. Mitchell wasn't having too much of a smile about it either. End of the 11th over. And that'll be 103 for 5. New Zealand, how make your meal out of this? Or India's bowling really well, judging by the scoreline. Yeah, India have bowled nicely throughout this matchup thus far. And yeah, they've limited their errors throughout this contest. And also they just put in the hard work early on with the bat in hand to get to a good solid position. It's really bad from Ashdeep. What do you think? Mitchell can do rugby in the field. Yeah, it was a poor moment from him. Like, they're going to show the replay 15 times, but like the point of it just didn't seem like it was at all necessary in the scenario. And yeah, we see it there at the moment. Mitchell and the captain from earlier on did have that conversation about it. Trying to calm things down and stop it from boiling over here between these two sides, which it could very easily do with the frustration for the Kiwis as well. 153 runs needed of 54 balls now. And sportsmanship, says Ruth. New Zealand bring up the 100. New bat here again. These Indians are pissing off Future, says Charles. Mitchell currently sitting on 15 off 70 at those back-to-back sixes. The only one that was caught over the boundary rope, most wickets in this competition, is Varun Chakravarti. I can understand if it's final and pressure cooker, says Kyle. Now Chakravarti back into the bowling attack. This man has got a very good wrong in and disguises it extremely well. That one's hit down the ground from Mitchell towards mid-wicket. Didn't quite get it where he wanted to hit the ball. What ground is this being played at? I always mispronounce the name of the region, but the ground itself, one second, is Narendra Modi Stadium, which has had some pretty decent scores put on it, but none as high as what India have done here. Another single for New Zealand. And other than those two Mitchell boundaries, we haven't seen a huge amount of boundaries for the Kiwis in a game where they needed a ton of them. Now, third ball. Chakravarti's over, cut away by Mitchell. Man at deep cover is waiting for it. And Kishan launches it in for another single. Mitchell is more like Aussie, not Kiwi. If Satner would be there, he would not react like that. I actually think he would have. Mitchell Satner, like, don't get me wrong, he's normally extremely calm and doesn't show a lot of emotion. But as a batsman, you know, if you have a ball thrown at you when you're not even close to in front of the stumps, how's that player's name? Arshdeep Singh as the player there. But yeah, I think Mitchell had all right to be angry about that because, like, in a game where India are obviously going to win, there's just no need to go for something like that. Hey, Fever coming back, Hamish. That's a good omen. Says John. Sorry, Hamish, for my behaviour. I want a Black Caps to win. I know that it can get, like, there is emotion in the game. Oh, that's a shot from Satner. Back-to-back sixes on the cards for that man. That's gone extremely high and long. I realised I didn't even mention the last six from Satner. It went down the ground. It was a solid shot. That was during the sneeze, so we didn't quite get to call it out. But brilliantly hit from Mitch Satner there. It's a very high but very long. New Zealand need about 50 more of those. No, not quite 50, but another 20 of those could make this interesting, and New Zealand would get quite close if that is the case, which is that's the weird thing about this game. You realise that if New Zealand were to somehow go absolutely berserk with sixes, they can work their way back into this contest. They require 17 and over, so they will need probably 3 sixes and over at least. It's just whether or not the opportunity to hit those does arise. Alina has said hello, everyone. Welcome and hope you are doing extremely well. Herschel gives batting needed, says Ruth. And there as well. The crowd getting behind their team once more. Has been an incredible atmosphere. Listening to the crowd through the speakers. Spinner in the Indian team. Testing his name could be out. If you ask me about a spin bowler for India, I'm not sure a couple of those words. I think auto-corrected. I know normally the first spinner that a lot of people think of for India is actually one of the all-rounders, and that is Jadeja, not playing in this T20 World Cup. No Rohit Sharma, no Virat Kohli. But the fact that India is still performing shows the depth that this side have and the absolute world class that this team has been. Out wide, Satner off the outside edge. Oh no, drop class, or drop catch I should say, from Hardik Pandya, just as I praise them for their level of skill that they've been showing. That one goes down. Kanisham should have come in instead of Satner. I mean, Satner's hit back-to-back sixes though. And now on the outside, misfield from Hardik Pandya. The ball is finding him and not really going into the hands the way he'd like. So drop catch one ball, misfield for 4 the next. It'll be a frustrating little moment here for Akshar Patel. And also, future, there's hope. Says Ruth in there too. Yeah, just an awkward bounce though. It wasn't that tough height to be able to gather for a big quick. Supporting India, Kiwis emotional hurt us in the semi. South Africa, says Bimungru. Now dead in the league side. That's it for the single out to mid-wicket there for Mitch Satner. New Zealand are going to need a ton more boundaries. The fact that India hit pretty much just as many sixes as they did fours tells you everything you need to know about this innings and how that 255 did come about. Yeah, they can't let it slip now. They can't have those balls dropping out of the fingers. Oh, big shot attempted there from Daryl Mitchell with the sweep. Sharp stuff behind the stumps from Samson. And in the end, it all results in a dot ball. At Titanium, definitely Herschel was apparently high or drunk, says Ruth. Yeah, trying that big chopping shot there, Daryl Mitchell to the leg side. Didn't quite connect. Big full toss. He's given that some, but there's a man back there and the catch is taken by Kishan. Full tosses have been getting wickets in this matchup, it would seem. He was great, says Julian Moses. And there as well. Daryl Mitchell saying it came right off the toe end, so I think he's asking to see whether or not it can be checked for height, but it will be fine. And Mitchell will be on his way. we'll go like this. Daryl Mitchell hasn't actually faced that much in the last little while. He has gone for 17 off 11. New Zealand, 124 for 6. Now, that reality of 160 bowled out that I mentioned about right at the start of the stream may actually become something that does really happen here. Childhood of what is the Spanish for India. Kiwis are deep in this game. And also we have got there, he was great. Ishan Kishan taken, I believe that's now his third catch. His fourth if you count the one that he walked over the boundary rope for 6. Indians cheating, what, by catching the ball? James Neesham out there on the field now. Chance here to try and add some runs, and straight away he hits the boundary, steps across, works it to leg to close out the Axar Patel over with one boundary. It's going to be 3 for 27. Last chance with Jimmy Neesham now. Yeah, see, this partnership is the last proper one at this stage before you get into the bowlers. Some would consider Neesham a bowler, but at the same time, he's done very nicely. The ball, do you think pitch is looking more gripping in the second innings? I actually mentioned about it late in I think it was about 15 overs in to India's innings. I said that it started to look like the pitch was playing a little bit different than the start of this game. And maybe it is just starting to grip a bit, although I do also think it's down to the way that they are bowling. Sorry, average go India from Vern there. Yeah, at the end of the day, India do thoroughly deserve... Oh, that was close to Yorker. In fact, he's calling for the LBW, Hardik Pandya, asking the umpire, who clicks over to the next ball. And it seems like they're not going to check this one. Although he seemed keen enough. You know, they are going to go upstairs to have a look at it now. I thought they might as well have a look. We'll see what comes of this. And if it's not right, says Julian, and sorry, Amish go India. And also that is from Vern there, and Hardik Pandya getting lucky. They are checking for LBW. Right, it's close to the bottom of the bat. It's very full. I think it's going to be pitching maybe outside leg. Just with where that one looks like it's bouncing. Now, it's not a mile outside leg. In fact, it's very much so a decent shout from Hardik Pandya, who won the toss. New Zealand won the toss and elected to bowl first. Right, there is no edge. I'd rather lose in the semis than the finals, says Titanium. It's an interesting mindset, but I guess it makes sense in a way, because I guess by making it to the final, you hype yourself up to think that there's a good chance, right? Is that the logic behind it? But now, still waiting for the second angle of this one. Right, here we go. Original decision was not out. Oh, pitching outside leg just by half an inch. It was actually very close, though. Probably a decent shout from Hardik Pandya, but the on-field decision will remain. It will be not out. And they were close. Hardik Pandya was excited about it, thinking that he may have just done enough to get that wicket. I think the match was lost, an Indian power play giving 92 runs of 6 overs. Yeah, that hurt from the start. Well, it already happened, so I'm speaking out of experience. Still waiting for the day the umpire gives the middle finger. And Amish, you should realise how Indians have ruined everything. It makes me sad. Pakistan is better. There it is. Are you from Pakistan, Future, out of curiosity? I realised after a little while that there must be a bit more of a reason behind your hatred towards India. And there was a slight suspicion that you may have been from Pakistan, and I know that is quite the rivalry. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together there. I also don't understand if it's Plum, Android Auto pictures, of why do they have to go upstairs. So it's down to the review. Like, they did go up. No, mate, I am not. Oh, well, you fooled me as a British person. Well, these hypocrites made it, says Future. You really don't like them, do you? You're going to hate when they raise the trophy at the end of this contest. Wide from Hadik Pandya. Just off the radar a little bit. Your commentary is really good, coupled with the comments on the chat. Well done, says Bing Mungru. Thank you very much. It is something that I know sometimes people ask for just the pure commentary, but I always love to read out as many messages as I can, because at the end of the day, like, it is all about like that little bit of interaction too, and that's what makes these live streams a bit more unique, because it isn't just the case of me talking about a game that's happening. It's you guys get to feel involved, get to give your opinions on the match as well, which I think is just a really unique way of watching sport, and it seems to work quite well. Quiet, currently 19.2 and over here. So Matt Henry was padded up. Satner on 32 off 20. Works it away to the leg side again for another single. About all that New Zealand have been able to get for themselves in just this last little while. Frustrating times at the moment for the Kiwis. The crowd, again, they have been electric. 130,000. I just can't get over that. That's such a large number. I don't realise how they ruined it here in the UK. Says Future. And we have got there, why does it have to be someone in the decision? It's Plum, and it's clearly run out. Oh, so the run-outs are normally because they just want to be certain that there hasn't been any sort of thing that's ended up with maybe a player knocking the bails off before, having the bails dislodged before the ball hits it or anything like that. We have got there, SmackDown Raw. With those guys, bowlers versus batsmen, says Ruth. And it's the government's fault. They get what you allow. You deserve the New Zealand Medal of Honour. I don't know about that. I think normally, to be fair, there are people who do a lot more than me. In fact, there is thousands of people in New Zealand who do a lot more than me. I just talk about sport fast. People are out there saving lives. Going to the left-hand side. And again, just hit down to long on for one. Clueston is now a local coach. He's also a decent golfer, says B. Mungru, I should say, sorry. I keep on mispronouncing your name. I do apologise for that. Now, this is going to be another overdone. 14 overs through. Hamish, as a New Zealander, can you tell me, do average Kiwi care about the T20 World Cup, like watching at night? I'll be honest, a lot of Kiwis, like some would have got up for the start of this game, seen that India were on fire and probably gone back to sleep by the power play. But because it's a Monday morning here in New Zealand, it's actually one of the worst possible times for this game to take place. So, yeah, I think it's only the real cricketing faithfuls or the ones who are unemployed or can afford to maybe call into work a bit later or just will power through the sleep deprivation that are up for this game. Like my mum and dad, they are cricketing supporters, well and truly for the Black Cats, but at the same time, they aren't up watching this game because they both have work on Monday morning. Now we have got there Lance, real good guy. Go worship cows. That's not really an insult because that's just literally the culture. Like, so it's literally just you're telling them to do something that they do anyway as part of life. So I don't know how that's an insult. Future calm down, says Charles. And hey, it's not that bad here. Stop believing social media, says Fleshin. I'm lying relaxing under my duvet listening to you, Hamish, and how many balls left? Currently 36 balls remaining. They've got the consolidation period now, is what it has been labelled as. Been watching since 3 a.m. I have time to work in 30 minutes. Feeling absolutely gutted, says Alan. Yeah, there'll be a lot of people who are feeling a little bit hard done by or a little bit disappointed with how this one is sitting. Work, is that a code for wage enslaved? Off-grid is a great life, says Kiwi Off-grid there. And also we have got there, why should he calm down? It's you got to make sure that it doesn't go too far in terms of some of his comments. They're on the verge at the moment. So, we've got to keep it slightly respectable. Even if you don't like India or their side, we just got to still, have some respect, you know? Have you got not got full employment in New Zealand, Hamish? I do. But luckily, because of the sevens taking place all throughout Monday, I will get today off. So I'm quite lucky in that regard. But I'll probably have to work twice as hard throughout the rest of the week now to be able to make up for not being there today. And New Zealand can still make it. They just have to lock in, says Josiah. I mean, to be fair, if you want to be really, really optimistic, about 26s from here, New Zealand, oh wow. 26 from here, New Zealand would still be short. 21 sixes from here, they win. We have got there, they have not, says Hannah. Why they cheated, says Future. Now New Zealand looking to get towards that 160 total. And no insults, please, for Universal here on the Kiwi Lads. Says Roof, yeah, we got to keep it respectful, guys. Rather than, like, you can be frustrated with the result. And, like, you can have your own opinions, but just if they're, like, offensive, just keep them to yourself is just much better. Because or else it just kills the mood, doesn't it? 36 balls remaining. Ashdeep Singh is going to be the one to bowl here. Him and Daryl Mitchell do not get to go head to head again. All giving himself space there, Satner, but can't connect. That'll be the short ball for the over. My cats love this channel, says Ruth. And meow, ouch, go New Zealand. Says Ruth in there as well. What was offensive, says Kiwi Off Grid? It wasn't your one about living off grid. It should be self-explanatory. Some of the stuff that was said earlier on is why it was offensive. I can't comment on South Africa, but it's actually okay here. Believe it or not, my wife can walk outside on her own after dark, says Fleshton. Oh, nice ball there from Ashdeep Singh. Uh-oh, run out opportunity. Can't hit the stumps, though. I was not cheating when England was declared the winner of 2019 World Cup final with boundary count-back rule. I guess you're Hamish, but sometimes it's just the truth. Says Titanium, whether you feel it's the truth or not, like, it's still something that just, you know, it doesn't make people want to comment. Like, you're pretty much cutting off whole audiences by throwing, like, remarks at them. And we have got there, it's Ashdeep again. He's bowled quite well today, only the 18 runs off, and that one was a little bit full. Satner hits it in the air, didn't get all of it. And again, the single to mid-wicket. I could have almost just set that as like a soundboard and put single to mid-wicket and just kept on tapping it. We've seen a lot of those, how many countries dialed into this podcast. We've got quite a few different countries covered, which is absolutely awesome. And the broadcast and streaming of this World Cup final, they have got about 25 languages that it has been streamed in, including Japanese. There you go. My Wi-Fi was down for a few minutes, says Kiwi. And also we got there, thanks. And you can say that about everyone, says Hannah there. Now that is going to be called as a wide. 136 runs on the board here for New Zealand. Lockie Ferguson playing with his moustache. He had a tough day at the office. Coming in as one of the strike bowlers for New Zealand in this game. Went for 24 runs per over. Although, of course, there were plenty more who were also expensive throughout the match too. Oh, outside off stump. That is going to be another wide from Ashdeep Singh. Almost snuck through the gloves of Samson. So it's actually similar to how New Zealand started in the match as well, with all those wides right from the get-go. See there, Mohammad Siraj is lurking out there. I think in the field they may have... Well, no, he must be on the sideline. I don't know whether or not Siraj would be the guy that you bring on as a fielder. He isn't known for being great in that regard. What's the required run rate? Required run rate at the moment is 22 and over. 5 men in the deep. Oh, that's a great shot. Uh-oh. Could be a broken foot here for Jimmy Neesham. Ball landing directly on the toes. As I'll take pressure or pleasure in Italy beating England. 6 and stones might break my bones. Words will never hurt me. Well done, mate. For doing all these streams, you rock, says Dennis. And we've still got plenty more coming up too. In an hour's time, we have got another live stream. That is going to be New Zealand versus Argentina in the sevens. Yeah, that's right on the front of the foot, on the toes. Okay. Satner was just letting the bowler know that he thought that one was a bit of an off-cutter too. And 22 runs and over is needed. Do you think we will regret playing Duffy instead of a spinner more than our decision to bat first? I thought whoever won the toss would choose to bat. Either way, proud of the boys in Congrats India, says Alan. I don't think, to be honest, like, of course it's easier to say it now, but I don't think McConkey would have been the difference between New Zealand winning and losing this game. You could argue that if they had batted first, perhaps we could have seen a total set by New Zealand, but there's no guaranteeing that India wouldn't have done what New Zealand did to South Africa and chased it down in about 12 overs. And too many basement-dwelling keyboard warriors around, says Henri. That's just the way that social media sadly has got these days, though. Like, you see it for the rugby side of things, it's got really bad. How, like, there's no longer praise that goes to certain sides. It's all about, okay, well, this team won, but let's badmouth the loser instead. Or another good Yorker. Jimmy Neesham going, there wasn't much I could do with that. Hi, Hamish. I'm sorry to say this. This is my last time watching cricket. I've supported guys since a long time, but I'm done. I'm getting older. Says Charles. I'll probably not listen to the Sevens. I'm not interested in Sevens rugby, says Hannah. That is no worries at all. Still plenty more coming up next weekend with Super Rugby, with the also, what else have we got? We got the Six Nations. We got URC. McConkey could have got Abhishek, which could have made a huge difference. He could have, but that's also just like guessing. You know, at the end of the day, he also could have gotten tonked for 30 off his over. Could have gone for 6 sixes in the over from McConkey, and then what happens there? You know, it's all about, like, sadly, it's all just guesswork in terms of what didn't happen. They need 2 30-run overs now, Hamish. Now, Jasprit Bumrah back into the attack. Short ball. Mitchell Satner ducks underneath it, and it is called as a wide. Hamish, could you do me a favour? Call in sick for me today. You want me to impersonate your doctor? Is that illegal? It probably is, isn't it? I'd have to say that I'm like your grandma. I'll be like, oh, he's no good today. He's come down with a bit of a cold. And we'll see if that works. Now, I don't know how old you are. So if you're like, let's say you're 50 or 60, they might be like, this doesn't sound right. It's important to have partnerships, says YZ. Exactly right. How long is the Sevens game? 7 minutes per half. So around 20 minutes or so per stream for that one. Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, a little bit of pop off the surface there. Satner can't do anything with it but hit it to extra cover for the dot. New Zealand's run rate has gone towards ODI/test match speed, especially after Daryl Mitchell's attitude. I am done with cricket, Hamish. I expected him to be calm. So you expected Daryl Mitchell to be calm after having the ball thrown at his knee when he wasn't in front of the stumps in a game that India were up and going to win by about 100. You thought he would just stand there and take it and go, oh, yeah, that was nice, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Ashdeep. Now, Mitch Satner on strike to Bumrah. Oh, big full toss. Worked away to leg side, fielded in the deep. And again, just kept to 1. Coming second is fantastic result. Still, it's not over yet. And a very awesome culture that, says Ruth. Just showing that catch early on in the match. Aksa Patel here has got 3 wickets, including Phillips, Allen, and Daryl Mitchell. So taking 3 of the big dogs out of the equation for the Black Caps. We have good there, Hamish. What is your final message to me as a Kiwi? Unlucky, I guess. Because at the end of the day, if you've supported them for long enough, you'd know that you were also there for things that the Black Caps have accomplished. And at the end of the day, it's live sport. Anything can happen. Jasprit Bumrah has just bowled a Yorker and a half and has clean knocked over the stumps of Jimmy Neesham for wicket number 7 in this Indian innings. Just a beautifully bowled Yorker. Everyone's bowling Yorkers to Neesham. They're trying to really target those toes. That it's full. Neesham trying to pick it up, just misses it, and it plummets into the bottom of middle stump. Perfect accuracy from Jasprit Bumrah there. It's now New Zealand's 7th down 2. Neesham limping off here. He's got quite the sore toe from that Ashdeep Yorker. The score now 8 points to 7. Well, sorry, not 8 points to 7. Score now 141 for 7 in this case. I might be able to listen to the Sevens, but it would all depend on the FA Cup match, says Hannah. Should I stick with rugby more, Hamish? You are my friend, says Charles. If you're only going to ditch the Black Caps each time they lose, then you're better off sticking with rugby. But I have something to tell you, which is the All Blacks. They have a tour coming up to South Africa, and you might want to ditch them too. Like in New Zealand, I'm off to bed, going to work in 10 hours. Says Steady. And in South Africa, we're waiting to host the All Blacks later this year. Come and visit South Africa. Amazing hospitality, food and weather. I would like to go sometime. I've kind of set it as a goal within the next 5 years to try and make the trip. But, oh, what a ball from Jasprit Bumrah. Bowls another Yorker. Knocks over Matt Henry. These are beautifully delivered Yorkers, I should say, from Bumrah there. And he's now on a hat trick. Who's it going to be who faces it? Ferguson probably has to come out there, but that is an executed Yorker, not once but twice in a row, in perfect positioning. And Henry goes now. Well done, India. Hard luck. New Zealand batters had this, however, didn't fire. Says Kiwi off the grid. And also we have got there, Bumrah is unplayable, another wicket. And what's your take on the Six Nations after the weekend? It is wide open. 3 teams can win the comp, which is absolutely incredible. May I pay your tickets? Says Mohadeen. It's not a cheap flight over to South Africa from New Zealand, so I don't think I could rely on one person to do it. Irish, please stop saying I'm ditching the Black Cats. I've never ditched the All Blacks, even after that unlucky 2023 World Cup performance. Okay, so you're not ditching the Black Caps, you're just going to stop watching them play. Got it. And come to Mozambique and Zambia, Hamish, you are very welcome, says John. Yeah, see, if I'm going to go all the way over to South Africa, maybe I should try out a couple other African countries too. But a hat-trick ball for Jasprit Bumrah. We have seen a hat-trick in this competition already. It was Romario Shepherd for the West Indies up against Scotland. Has Jasprit Bumrah got one in him? Ferguson on strike. Yorker again. Oh, it would have hit middle stump. But Ferguson plays it perfectly. He would have known it was coming too. Like, there was no way Bumrah was bowling anything but a middle stump Yorker there. But Ferguson stops his fellow quick from being able to get the hat trick. And again, that ball, it couldn't have been any better from Jasprit Bumrah. It's just that Ferguson was anticipating it and managed to keep it out. Only team possibly that could have beaten India, South Africa, if they performed in the semi. Says Royalty of the Void. Oh, that's full. Played down the ground from Mitch Satner for another single. As a Welsh fan living in England, I've put up some abuse over our recent rugby performances. Imagine, am I surprised when no England fan returns my text last night? Yeah, they probably weren't too keen on the replying at that stage. And just showing here the Bumrah ability of bowling slower balls and taking wickets for fun. Was actually the slower ball to Rachin Ravindra, the slower ball to Neesham as well. And then that slower ball to Henry of 120.5 Ks. We have there. Good night, all. It's 1 a.m. here. Commentary is much appreciated. Says Kiwi off the grid. Good job. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. Next cricket that we're hoping to cover will be New Zealand versus South Africa, the T20s. I'm hoping to do a few of those. Are you surprised by Satner? He's not trying to hit sixes. Well, he knows now that New Zealand have to avoid getting bowled out. Because if New Zealand get bowled out, the media that is already trying to destroy them now will destroy them even more if they get knocked over. If they're 9 down at the end of it, though, like, maybe it's something, but Satner's just trying to keep this game going to 20 overs now. I was not happy with Italy beating England last night. I was embarrassed by England losing to them. England's tactics were all wrong in that game, weren't they? They were very confusing. And the way that they played, that's way down leg side. I think it's called as a wide. Yes, it is, Samson. And I know hardly anything about cricket. But you tell me, is cricket big in New Zealand? It's relatively big. I think it's maybe third biggest sport or something like that around there. You would be welcomed by many here in South Africa, Hamish. Says Henry. And like I know you had, so sorry. And my friend, thanks, says Kyle in there too. Do you think South Africa win against Australia? They should do. But Australia have had a couple good games of their 7s thus far. Or another Yorker from Ashdeep chasing the toes. That one's going to be another single for Satner. The bottom of his bat has taken a bit of a pounding out there on the field, as has many of the Kiwi bats. Finn Allen, that bat switch to then go out very next ball. And actually, we saw someone else switch bats. Conway was running them on. I wonder who that was and whether or not they went out also. Now, Lockie Ferguson. Getting ready. Try and hit this one big. It's pitched up. He's chipped it in the air. But it does bounce into the hands of the Indian captain. Be more positive about the ABs going to South Africa, says Titanium. Well, I was just more so referencing that if Charles, like the teams that lose, like if New Zealand do 2-2, they've done well. But if he ditches them after one loss in the Black Caps sense, then like that means the All Blacks more than likely will lose one and then he is gone. That was the reference. Why do South Africa always perform so poorly when it comes to knockout stage of the World Cups? There's so many talented players. Yeah, the only side undefeated up until the semi-finals, but something just happens. When it reaches a final, South Africa seem to not be able to play the same way that they have. But yes, we'll obliterate them, says Titanium. And I wondered if it rains so much in New Zealand, do they get enough time to practice? Do they mostly have practice indoors? No, they can practice throughout a lot of the year. They've got indoor areas. They've also, like, it's not that bad in New Zealand in terms of rain for a majority of the year. Like, don't get me wrong, we get a little bit of moisture, but nothing to the extent of not getting to practice for a World Cup final. Now, Mitch Satner on strike. Ashdeep, 2 balls remaining. Before we have 3 overs left. Oh, big full one. Satner whips it away to the leg side. Ashdeep hit to the boundary for 4. This is quite interesting bowling from Ashdeep. He's not actually targeting the stumps. He's trying to swing it into the players. He's bowling from wide and continuously going for their legs, the feet. It seems to be the tactic for him is to just try and hit the New Zealanders rather than hit their stumps. South Africa are Test cricket champions. Thrown always stroke, says Titanium. Yeah, that is true. They broke that drought with a brilliant bit of work in the World Test Championship final. 150 up on the board now for New Zealand, short and wide. And it is given as a wide as well. And thanks for covering this game. Really appreciate it. Can't watch us or listen to it anyway. Or any other way, so thank you. Says, Hannah, no worries at all. But yeah, I'm hopeful to do that Black Cats versus South Africa series taking place in New Zealand. Should hopefully be a great one. And also not a bad time zone for either New Zealand or South Africa in that case. It will be morning matches for the South Africans who are watching. 12 extras so far from India. New Zealand, they are still needing more than 100 runs. With a required run rate of 33.5. Again, a single taken by Mitch Satner. He moves up to 43 off 32. And it's the end of the over. 32 off the 4 overs of Ashdeep. And New Zealand 152 for 8. There are some awesome fans in chats here, Charles. Says Ruth. South Africa is my favourite country, says Charles. Now just playing a bit of the Black Eyed Peas. Tonight's going to be a good night is what's just been said in the song. And it certainly will be for all of those Indians who are supporting this side. There will be some big celebrations taking place soon. Woodland's lost with India rank, with the loss of the All Blacks, the Springboks. Which one should I have more for New Zealand? Which one should I have more? It's once again, I think autocorrect is getting you good, Kyle. Because it puts in a couple words that just make the sentence not make sense, unfortunately. We have good there, Hamish. Fantastic again, thanks, says Ruth. Yeah, this game's going to be finishing pretty much about, I'd say, 20 minutes before the next one. Why Charles being a tourist and a citizen, says Titanium. I used to mow a certain Black Caps lawns. Did he used to get you to mow a pitch on it? Surely he had like a backyard cricket pitch, right? Jasprit Bumrah bowling his last over. Satner was to glide him through point, but fielded again by Ashdeep. This game, of course, it is just a matter of time. New Zealand required run rate is now more than 36. It's a bit more of the question, will New Zealand be bowled out here? Or will India get maybe 8 or 9 wickets, but the Kiwis survive the 20 overs here? My keyboard is 3 in the bed off. See what I mean? Nah, just as house lawn says viral. Oh, beautiful Yorker. Jasprit Bumrah gets another one. And he is now tearing through this New Zealand batting lineup. Satner goes. New Zealand 9 down. It's going to feel like a long couple of overs here. Satner dismissed 43 off 35 we might get an early finish here in the match, ladies and gentlemen, and a statement made. You got to appreciate Ruth. He doesn't feel stressed or gutted. He was one of the most calmest lads I've ever seen. Will you see any retirements from this Black Cat squad or last match? I don't know about retirements. There are a couple guys getting slightly up there in age. The disappointment for Mitch Satner as he makes his way from the field. If it makes him feel better, he wasn't going to get to the target that they needed anyway. Now we have got there still watching from Brazil. Thank you, says Jim, and greatly appreciate you popping in for this one. The Brazilian women's sevens side going to be in action in 2 weeks' time for sevens too. We might end up covering one or two of the games on the channel. And also we have got the I'm from Cape Town. And also about a big All Blacks fan. I actually see, would the Black Cats lost to India be more hurting now than the lost Springboks for the All Blacks? I'd say probably that this Black Caps one with how one-sided it is, they'd probably say that one. But then saying that game up against the Springboks was one-sided too. But the difference was New Zealand had beaten the Springboks the week prior. Whereas in this case, New Zealand had come off a high, beating South Africa, and then now to lose in the fashion that they have. No offense, just the name makes me think that, says Titanium. Isn't Ruth a chick? Yeah, she is. It's just a well-executed Yorker from Bumrah, though. He's looking for a fifer in this final. 2 balls remaining to get it. Another great Yorker. It's whipped to the leg side from Ferguson. Another single out to deep mid-wicket. Know about my spelling? I'd like again. There's Kyle. Currently 13 balls left. New Zealand won semi-final one-sided and lost final one-sided, says Coding. Correct. Shows that unpredictability of cricket. But one thing that was predicted early on was that India would do well in this tournament. They have played their home conditions very well throughout. And that loss in the group stage to the South Africans seems to from there have really fired them up. As the end of Bumrah's overs, 4 overs, 4 wickets, 15 runs. It was talked about how he would be the wicket man for the Indians and also the economical option. And he has shown it big time in this matchup. They're showing some of the catching in the field, though, from the Indians as well. It was Ishan Kishan who took a great diving catch forward, and then the 3 perfect Yorkers from Jasprit Bumrah as well. I think South Africa watching this and going, we would have won. Yeah, we've seen a few comments about it, but once again, for all we know, they could have beaten New Zealand in the semi and then had this same result in the final. Because, South Africa beat New Zealand earlier in the tournament. They beat India earlier in the tournament. And we know how the playoff games happen. So once again, it's just, there's all of that what if. But I think that it was always going to be the case where India were going to be very hard to beat in this contest. Man of the tournament should be Bumrah or Samson. I'll give it to Samson. I think he's been a rock at the top of the order for the Indians throughout the comp. Jacob Duffy on strike to Abhishek, wide ball. Slapped down the ground for 1. And be loving that pick again, says Titanium. Titanium, as you guys should have beaten this brainless team in semi-finals, says Charles. It's kind of like a backhanded compliment, isn't it? Because you're called the Black Cats brainless, but then South Africa, you've also said that they didn't beat them. So then you're kind of also being critical to South Africa in your statement. So you're offending 2 different places. A narrative in India, when South Africa eliminated, they were happy because they thought New Zealand would be easy to beat, says Coding. And to be fair, New Zealand and South Africa both had a 25% winning rate when it came to their playoff in T20 World Cups. So neither side were given much of a chance. New Zealand still taking the singles. The IPL has really helped the Indian players in this tournament. Says YZ. Wish Grant was here. He would have loved others. Little bit of Ruth's chat. Says Fleshin. Now, all outside off. Slapped away to cover by Ferguson. They won't go for the run out. No, mate, I want to see everybody to win. Finale made a mistake, scoring useless century. I don't think I'd call it useless. It was a pretty impressive one. It helped them win that game. Now, again, heading down the ground. Duffy tries to go over the top. Oh, what a catch. On the boundary rope. India win the T20 World Cup. And that is a catch and a half They have only put down 2 throughout this match, so much higher in the field than they were throughout some of their past matches. But Duffy caught trying to go long. They may check the foot to see whether or not it's glanced the blow, but it's not going to make a big difference. New Zealand bowled out in the final, 159, and India win this match by 97 runs, or 96 in the end. Run win for India here. Now we have got there, well done India, says Big Rick. India won, says Nitin. They certainly did. 100 saw, well done India, says Kiwis. And congratulations India, says Charles. From the UK and England. Or sorry, the UK, England. And do you follow football, soccer? I don't know what you call it. So I normally call it football because when I call it soccer, I get told off. But not as much as I'd like to. It's just the fact that there's so much sport on that I hardly get a chance to be able to watch it. But the fireworks are going off. India are your T20 World Cup 2026 champions. Samson, I think, would have to be player of the tournament with how he has gone here. Congratulations to everyone. India won, says Nitin. And also we have got there New Zealand going to have champagne later. But India will have magnums for weeks. And also well played India, congrats. And also well played New Zealand as well for runner-up. And India won it twice in a row. The juggernauts of world cricket. They've shown just why they're again. Massive moment for the captain. He came off a golden duck with the bat, but his team got the job done with the ball in hand. And India, they win the contest. But nonetheless, we have got their stick to rugby. As in like the commentary was bad, Daniel, or like you didn't like the fact that New Zealand lost. We have got there, don't India win these things all the time? They are back-to-back champions in that department. Thanks for your work, Hamish, my new favourite streamer. Well done, India. Says Alan. We are going to be doing some of the T20 series between New Zealand and South Africa, seeing as it is happening here in New Zealand, alongside all of the rugby that is still taking place. The Sevens is happening in 35 minutes' time. I think India winning will be good for cricket in the long term. Cricket will grow more, says Coding. And World Cup win. Congratulations, India, says Naveen. And also this one's for Grant, Miss Darling, says Ruth. And there too, and it's skill and hard work, bruh. Says Nitin for this Indian side. Yeah, from start to finish in their lineup, players have done exactly what they needed to throughout this tournament. I'm literally crying again, says Josiah. And well done, India. My friend will be extremely happy. Says Hannah there too. The handshakes of the two sides at the end of this tournament. A lot of people already out there on the field as well, getting ready for the trophy ceremony. Hard luck, Hamish, you did better in South Africa. Says YZ, and well done, India. And Hamish, your prediction was right, India winning. And yeah, we lost a good one. But he passed in the mother city, not Bahrain. So we'll be at peace. New Zealand played well in this tournament. If we reflect and look back at the previous games, yeah, New Zealand, it looked like at times that they weren't even going to make it out of that Super 8 because of the bye, or not really the bye, but the rained off game up against Pakistan. They had to rely on Sri Lanka to be able to keep Pakistan close, which in the end, the Sri Lankans were able to do. I could never be you, commentary Hamish, probably rugby bias just like me, says Titanium. And also we have got there, they almost got exactly 160, says Hannah. I don't know what happened to Ian Smith. He's not seen in the last few games of the tournament. Not sure, maybe unwell or maybe just not appointed to the matches. Nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. We've got 33 minutes till the first Sevens live stream of the day. So the next 33 minutes will involve me pretty much setting those up and getting all ready to go. It is going to be Argentina versus New Zealand. Then from there, we've got the semi-finals taking place between South Africa and Australia and Fiji and Spain. Then the two women's semi-finals and then a few more matches later on involving the Sevens sides as well. But nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I will see you all for the next one.